eyes flashing bright from the shadows we arise, with the truth in our hands under perilous skies. Every story told is a battle we fight. Through the darkness and the fear, we bring the light. In the chaos, in the flames, we'll stand tall, with the courage to reveal through the rise and the fall. From the embers of the war to the echoes of the call, we're the eyes of the world and we'll never stall. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. From the ruins and the wreckage, every story's told. Through the tears and the heartbreak, the bravery unfolds. In the darkest hours, when the world's torn apart, KLW brings the stories straight from the heart. With the cameras rolling through the wreckage and the pain, we capture the reality while the world remains. Every angle, every moment in the line of fire, we're the pulse of the battlefield, never to tire. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. Through the smoke and the ruins, we'll pierce the veil. With every breath we take and every tale, we're the heartbeat of the conflict in the shadowed frail. With KLW's vision, the truth won't fail. Stand firm, we're the beacon in the fray. Through the dust and the fury, we'll light the way. In the fight for the truth, where the heroes lay. KLW, the story's here to stay. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. So here's to the courage and the tales we unfold. In the heart of the conflict, our story's told. KLW, with the truth we hold. In the fire of the war, our legacy bold.
You can't handle the truth.
KLW World News coming to you live, folks. It is hitting the fan as we speak. U.S. forces are moving into Trinidad, Tobago as we speak. We have someone on the ground who has a direct line to me. They are within the military there. The photographs, the images that you see on your screen were taken just minutes ago in Trinidad. Also, the Trinidad Tobago military is on full alert. All schools have been closed for the next 30 days. All troops have been called up. They are moving weapon systems. They're installing generators. Troops are moving all over the place in Trinidad as they speak. Banks, all banks have been closed. All ATMs have been shut down. Trinidad is getting ready. Venezuela threatened Trinidad a couple days ago, and when they did that, the folks in Trinidad didn't take too kindly to that. So the first thing moving in was Ospreys. Since then, we have had numerous C-17s rolling into Trinidad and Tobago. So it has been a busy day there today. Notice that one is 99208, and this one is 99209. Multiple C-17s coming in with the Ospreys. So the folks in Trinidad and Tobago don't take too lightly by getting threatened from the Venezuelans. So we're going to be able to give you the news that nobody else can give you. So we're telling you right now, you guys are going to have to watch this on Rumble. I'm just coming here to tell you that we've got it. We've got it first. We've got it live. We've got people on the ground there, and we're going to bring it to you. Also, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to fly it. I just got done loading in all of the airports in the area in Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to take up an MH-60 U.S. Army, or actually probably a U.S. Navy SEAL helicopter, and we're going to fly the area to give you guys the scope of the land. We're going to show you how close Trinidad and Tobago is to Venezuela. Literally, you can exchange artillery shells back and forth between the two countries. It's just a very short distance. In fact, let me do that for you. Let me pull up the KLW World News map here. And let me get that for you right here. So we will bring this up and put this up here for you. We're doing this for you in 4K, so you guys can see what's going on here. We're going to come back around here to Venezuela and Tobago. So literally, this is Venezuela. Okay, right here. This is Venezuela. This is Tobago. You see where they're at here? Stand by, bat phone. Okay, the White House has just shut down access to the upper press room in the White House due to a sensitive situation inside the White House. That's in regards to what we're seeing right here, right now. I repeat, the White House has just closed the press room inside the White House to all press. So is that, yes, there's an airstrip on the island. There's several airstrips. But anyway, the White House has just closed the press room to the press inside of the White House due to the ongoing situation there. So I got a couple things here I need to make sure of. I want rendering quality to be 100% at the highest. I want this to be in 4K. And I want to be able to go in and show you where everything is. Now, the great part about our guy and being on our network, the KLW World News Network, is I can show you exactly where our guy is right now down there. So I don't know if you guys can see it right here. Let's see. We can see where he is. Okay, just north of Pepper Village. Y'all see that? Okay, so we can go right here. Okay, so where is that pertaining to this? And I'm not going to give his exact location, but I can show you about where he is. So he's right around in here. See there, Pepper Village? He's in Pepper Village right now. Okay, so our guy there is right there as we speak. Okay, so he's going to continue to send me images and information and so on and so forth, but that's where he is. Now, how far is he from Venezuela? So let's go into Pepper Village here. Okay, and I know where he is, but I'm not going to show. But we're just going to say from, see how close he is to that intersection. Okay, so we're going to go from this intersection right here. We're going to go there. We're going to go here. We want that to be in miles. Okay, so we're going to come back here. We're going to hit this. Now, how far is our guy from Venezuela? 35 miles. Okay. Well, actually, he's closer if he goes here. He's 21 miles from Venezuela. Okay. So artillery will fire farther than that, just so you guys know. The bat phone is when I get basically secret information sent to me. And that's, you can hear that phone ring. So that was the information saying that the White House had just closed the communications office inside of the White House. I didn't want to give away exactly where you were, my friend. I mean, I can do that if you want to do. I don't. I'm leery to give away your exact position, but if you want me to, I will do it. If that's what you want me to do. So we will. I will bring it right there to the base. I mean, if you want, right there. So that's where our guy is at that military base. So that's as close as I'm going to give you right there. That's where he's out of. That's not where he's at this particular moment, but that's as close as I'm going to do. So, all right, no worries, buddy. But anyway, we're not going to give away exactly where you are, but that's where he's out of. Okay. So anyway, that's we're going to continue to give you. He's going to send us more information. In fact, let me see here. Uh, do this here. Can you hear me? All right, buddy. Thanks for the pictures. First off, keep your head down. Stay safe. Uh, you can reach me here anytime, 24 hours a day. All you got to do is push this button. You copy?
The night operation out here. I have no idea why, but they told people to get ready for it.
Yeah, it's because we're going tonight. Is why they told you to get ready for night operations. The fecal matter is impacting the air handling device tonight.
Yeah, I think Trump may do a ground attack tonight. Definitely.
Yeah, Roger that. All right. Well, keep sending me the pictures as you get them. That was at the international airport. Which international airport was that? We're going to fly over your base camp, and we're going to fly over that airport. Can you put in the chat what the name of the airport was where the C-17s and the Ospreys were?
Diego Piaco International Airport.
All right, Trinidad Diego International. Okay, thank you. Stay down, buddy. Stay down. All right, folks. That's from right there, right now. So we just want to make sure our guy stays safe. That's the biggest thing for us. Map icons. So we want this to be the base camp map right there, and we want that to be extra large. Okay, and we want the colors of Trinidad and Tobago are red. So yeah, so it's going down right now. So I don't know if anybody else that has anybody else down there now. I'm going to give you guys. So let me let you guys know what's going on here. We're going to put together live video cameras from Trinidad and Tobago. I've got a few coming in. There's also a gentleman in the Caribbean down there who did a news broadcast a little while ago, and his news broadcast is talking about everybody being called up. So I'm going to play that for you right now.
Guys, so this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed the Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information that the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed So this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed the Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information that the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed on high alert with all Army personnel ordered to report to base within the next few hours, according to multiple senior intelligence and military sources. All right. We're hearing now is that all Defense Force members have been asked to report to all bases immediately. This is gone beyond what we expected. This is mean that there's a heightened state of alert. Something is in the play. This morning we heard from multiple sources from the U.S., whether it be the newspapers, from our own sources, that the Trump administration is getting ready to do land strikes or land invasion into Venezuela. We are understanding they're also planning invasions into Colombia. Another source did state as well that Trump was saying that he did not plan anything for any country. Listen, you can't believe anything you hear from
Yeah, I'm aware it keeps cutting in and out. That's because I'm streaming out in 4K. I'm rendering in 4K. I'm moving a huge map that has thousands of pinned locations on it, and I'm trying to stream video in at the same time, and I'm doing it all wirelessly. So yeah, I'm understanding that it's cutting in and out. So just chill. It'll be all right.
this administration. Absolutely nothing. Just to note, Trinidad is very close to Venezuela. They've been integral in support of the U.S. in what they're doing right now in this region. So we have to pay particular attention. Sources told the Express that a circular was sent out to all staff mid-morning. Please be prepared to PBT report to the office if required today, pending confirmation from Detachment Commander Regimental Headquarters. The information went on to state that the Express understands from multiple sources that soldiers have been asked to report to all 4 military bases at Umutu, at La Romaine, Chaguaramas, and Long Circular. So all of the bases they have to report to. Coast Guard officers were given a similar order, they're saying, and have been told to report to their bases at Southwest Bay, to a point, and the Cedrox Security Complex. So this is what the Trinidad Express was quoted as saying. What I can say is that there is a meeting happening as we speak between the commanding officer of the regiment, nice staff sergeants, and the 4 battalion commanding officers. When that meeting is finished, we will know more, one senior Army intelligence source told the Trinidad Express. So we are having a situation here where everybody is being called back to work. And it comes on a day when the US is saying they are poised to invade Venezuela, to start imminent land strikes on Venezuela. This is getting serious. The meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to answer some questions out of the chat here. It doesn't matter if Venezuela has been given stingers from Russia. Stinger missiles will not work against U.S. military aircraft. The reason Stingers missiles won't work against U.S. military aircraft is twofold. First off, most of the Stinger missiles they have are so old that the battery packs and so on and so forth are too weak that when they put them in to fire the Stinger off, the battery won't have enough energy and the cartridge won't have enough nitrogen to cool the stinger head and to run the system long enough for it to lock onto an airplane. That's the first problem. The second problem is that Stingers have a built-in system called IFF. That stands for Identify Friend or Foe. When you put a Stinger up, it sends out a message. That's an encrypted message that goes out and hits the airplane. The airplane will detect that signal, and when it detects that signal, it'll pulse back. And the Stinger will pick up the missile, will pick up the signal, and when you squeeze the trigger, the Stinger will go, nah, sorry, that's a U.S. airplane. We're not firing at that. And now they've wasted the Stinger and wasted the battery. So unless they can go get themselves another battery to try to recharge that Stinger, they're done. Trinidad is on our side. So yes, they are on our side. So anyway, I'm going to go back and play this video again here for you guys. And not let me zoom the map out so that I'm not trying to, and let me show you why the server is stumbling when I'm moving. Do you see all these pins right here? This is Google Earth in 3D and in 4K. Look at the thousands of pins I have over here. Okay? So all of these positions that you're seeing all over this map, this is why it's stumbling and keeps cutting out, because I keep moving this map. This is enough to make most servers crash on its own. But instead, I'm trying to run this and stream in 4K at the same time. So I'm not asking anything of my server. Okay? So, and we've also got all of the islands up around Puerto Rico. We can take you up to Puerto Rico and show you where the U.S. forces are up there. So anyway, that's why we're seeing this. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move this out. Actually, what I want to do is, and I want to get rid of all of this. What I want to do is I want to bring in a live flight map of what's going on right there, and put that up in 4K so we can track any aircraft that are moving in this area here in real time. That way, if anything moves, we got it. We want to do this in multiple. So we're going to track everything moving down here right now. All of it. So there's the Swedes. That's the Swedish airport, or Swedish Air Force, excuse me. That's NOAA. flying out of Jamaica. Who's this? That's a U.S. Air Force plane right there. Let's see who has moved where. Let's go playback. Start now. Let's go to this morning at 8 a.m. I want to see every airplane that has moved since 8 a.m. this morning. Actually, let's do everything that's moved since midnight. How about that shit? We're going to listen to this other guy in the background.
We've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed the Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed on high alert with all Army personnel ordered to report to base within the next few hours, according to multiple senior intelligence and military sources. All right. We're hearing now is that all Defense Force members have been asked to report to all bases immediately. This is gone beyond what we expected. This is mean that there's a heightened state of alert. Something is in the play. This morning we heard from multiple sources from the U.S., whether it be the newspapers, from our own sources, that the Trump administration is getting ready to do land strikes or land invasion into Venezuela. We are understanding they're also planning invasions into Colombia. Another source did state as well that Trump was saying that he did not plan anything for any country. Listen, you can't believe anything you hear from this administration. Absolutely nothing. Just to note, Trinidad is very close to Venezuela. They've been integral in support of the U.S. in what they're doing right now in this region. So we have to pay particular attention. Sources told the Express that a circular was sent out to all staff mid-morning. Please be prepared to PBT report to the office if required today, pending confirmation from Detachment Commander Regimental Headquarters. The information went on to state that the Express understands from multiple sources that soldiers have been asked to report to all 4 military bases at Umutu, at La Romaine, Chagaramas, and Long Circular. So all of the bases they have to report to. Coast Guard officers were given a similar order, they're saying, and have been told to report to their bases at Sobos Bay, to a point, and the Cedrox Security Complex. So this is what the Trinidad Express was quoted as saying. What I can say is that there is a meeting happening as we speak between the commanding officer of the regiment, nice staff sergeants, and the 4 battalion commanding officers. When that meeting is finished, we will know more, one senior Army intelligence source told the Trinidad Express. So we are having a situation here where everybody is being called back to work. And it comes on a day when the U.S. is saying they are poised to invade Venezuela, to start imminent land strikes on Venezuela. This is getting serious. The meeting started apparently 11 a.m. this morning. It's expected to be concluded by 1:30 p.m. So it's already 1:30, it's almost 2. We should be hearing more. And whenever we get information, we'll come back to you. Sources confirm that the order term, the state 1 posture, which incidentally raises the threat level to the highest of 1, now dictates that soldiers who left their respective bases have been ordered to return at specific times during the course of the day. So some have been told to return by 1 p.m., which is already 1 p.m., and there are others told to report there by 4 p.m., and they have been given this time based on the distance they're living to return to the base, and will possibly be confined there until further instructions are given. That's according to other sources being quoted by the Trinidad Express. The sources also indicated it was more of what they say a precautionary measure, with the TTDF on standby to deal with any possible regional disturbances. I don't know, we're having disturbances in the region right now. The only place I believe they could be going to is Jamaica, where sometimes, after a hurricane, because of security risk and security concerns, some islands would want to deploy staff, deploy security forces to those islands to help, in supplementing the local security forces. That's the only thing I know that's happening right now in the region. Outside of that, the only other thing that's going on is what is happening in the Caribbean Sea right here. Of course, a Miami Herald report a few hours ago quoted government sources as stating that a land attack by the U.S. on Venezuela was impending and could happen within the next few hours or days. So that's something that we need to pay attention to. And with the called out, this is why I've been telling everybody to get prepared, get prepared. Put aside some food, get your water prepared.
Upon
Get
receiving
external
information,
communications, because our communications will definitely be disrupted here in the region once there's any kind of war happening. There are a lot of people who think that war is nice. It's not. It's not something I cheer for. I've been talking about it because I want you to be prepared just in case it happens, but I would never like to see it come to fruition. But this is what is happening within our region, and we must be prepared in case of any eventuality. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll be back with you.
All right, yeah, Derry, I haven't put it out because this isn't going to be the primary news coverage for this event. I'm just letting everybody know on YouTube that this is what's going on. We're going hot. We've already got, so for those of you who have just arrived here, we have Ospreys and C-117s, or excuse me, C-17s landing in Trinidad as we speak. They are preparing for night operations down there, and they will be having night operations. All troops have been called back in. They are preparing for conflict. They're getting set up down there. We have a guy on the ground down there as we speak, and he has been letting us know what's going on down there. Banks have been closed. ATMs are shut off. Schools are closed for the next month. There's a lot going on, so we're just getting this set up over here so everybody knows that we are going to set up a live stream on Rumble that will have all of the videos coming in, all of the other stuff, the war, the blood, the guts, all that other stuff that we can't show you on YouTube. It's all going to be over there. So we're setting this up so you guys can see it in real time and hear it in real time and let you know what's going on in real time. But this is from the Venezuelan army. They are threatening to attack Trinidad and Tobago.
recibiendo informaciones. Upon receiving information, we have learned of a major exercise that can take place here in Trinidad and Tobago, just a few miles from our national territory. Trinidad was one of the islands that formed part of the Captaincy General of Venezuela, created by royal decree. I believe it was around September 8, 1777. 1777. Ayer Trinidad. Yesterday, Trinidad was a victim of English colonialism. Today it is of North American imperialism. It lends its territory in an abject manner and against the will of the Trinidadians as a foreign military base, threatening the peace of the region, the peace of the Caribbean, the peace of the entire Latin American region, and mocking that call, which we made in a loud voice since 2014 when we declared ourselves a zone of peace. We remain calm and serene. Do not make the mistake of inventing false positives. Do not make the mistake of violating our national sovereignty. We are called to defend our homeland. We will remain calm. I repeat, in serene, vigilant. Do not make the mistake of underestimating Venezuela. Barely 2 decades later, in 1797, the English Lieutenant General Ralph Abercrombie occupied it by force and imposed a local government there. The English knew well the strategic value of this island. They knew it perfectly. From there, attacks were planned against Venezuela through the Orinoco and Garapes rivers, through the port of La Guaira, through the port of Puerto Cabello,
25 करोड़ गरीब गरीबी को परास्त करके बाहर निकले।
For the good of
recibiendo informaciones.
Upon receiving information, we have learned a major exercise that can take place here in Trinidad and Tobago, just a few miles from our national territory. Trinidad was one of the islands that formed part of the Captaincy General of Venezuela, created by royal decree. I believe it was around September 8, 1777.
1777. Ayer Trinidad.
Yesterday, Trinidad was a victim of English colonialism. Today, it is of North American imperialism. It lends its territory in an abject manner and against the will of the Trinidadians as a foreign military base, threatening the peace of the region, the peace of the Caribbean, the peace of the entire Latin American region, and mocking that call, which we made in a loud voice since 2014 when we declared ourselves a zone of peace. We remain calm and serene. Do not make the mistake of inventing false positives. Do not make the mistake of violating our national sovereignty. We are called to defend our homeland. We will remain calm. I repeat, in serene, vigilant. Do not make the mistake of underestimating Venezuela. Barely 2 decades later, in 1797, the English Lieutenant General Ralph Abercrombie occupied it by force and imposed a local government there. The English knew well the strategic value of this island. They knew it perfectly. From there, attacks were planned against Venezuela through the Orinoco and Garapes rivers, through the port of La Guaira, through the port of Puerto Cabello.
All right, guys, I'm getting something to eat real quick. I'll be right back.
पच्चीस करोड़ गरीब गरीबी को परास्त करके बाहर निकले।
For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
The fastest news breaks.
Requested PM saying that we will have to speak to Putin and to Zelensky.
The biggest news makers.
The relationship with India is probably the most important bilateral relationship the U.S. will have for the rest of this century.
The capital delivered quite
So this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed. The Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed on high alert, with all Army personnel ordered to report to base within the next few hours, according to multiple senior intelligence and military sources. All right. We're hearing now is that all Defense Force members have been asked to report to all bases immediately. This is gone beyond what we expected. This is mean that there's a heightened state of alert. Something is in the play. This morning we heard from multiple sources from the U.S., whether it be the newspapers, from our own sources, that the Trump administration is getting ready to do land strikes or land invasion into Venezuela. We are understanding they're also planning invasions into Colombia. Another source did state as well that Trump was saying that he did not plan anything for any country. Listen, you can't believe anything you hear from this administration. Absolutely nothing. Just to note, Trinidad is very close to Venezuela. They've been integral in support of the U.S. in what they're doing right now in this region. So we have to pay particular attention. Sources told the Express that a circular was sent out to all staff mid-morning Please be prepared to PBT report to the office if required today, pending confirmation from Detachment Commander Regimental Headquarters. The information went on to state that the Express understands from multiple sources that soldiers have been asked to report to all 4 military bases at Umutu, at La Romaine, Chagaramas, and Long Circular. So all of the bases they have to report to. Coast Guard officers were given a similar order, they're saying, and have been told to report to their bases at Sobos Bay, to a point, and the Cedrox Security Complex. So this is what the Trinidad Express was quoted as saying. What I can say is that there is a meeting happening as we speak between the commanding officer of the regiment, nice staff sergeants, and the 4 battalion commanding officers. When that meeting is finished, we will know more, one senior Army intelligence source told the Trinidad Express. So we are having a situation here where everybody is being called back to work. And it comes on a day when the U.S. is saying they are poised to invade Venezuela, to start imminent land strikes on Venezuela. This is getting serious. The meeting started apparently 11 a.m. this morning. Is expected to be concluded by 1:30 p.m. So it's already.
All right, breaking. U.S. strike is imminent. TDDF is mobilized. We are bracing for impact, according to the Prime Minister, Prasad Bisasar. So it's game on. I repeat, game on.
1:30, it's almost 2. We should be hearing more. And whenever we get information, we'll come back to you. Sources confirm that the other term, the State 1 posture, which incidentally raises the threat level to the highest of 1, now dictates that soldiers who left their respective bases have been ordered to return at specific times during the course of the day. So some have been told to return by 1 p.m., which is already 1 p.m., and there are others told to report there by 4 p.m., and they have been given this time based on the distance they're living to return to the base, and will possibly be confined there until further instructions are given. That's according to other sources being quoted by the Trinidad Express. The sources also indicated it was more of what they say a precautionary measure, with the TTDF on standby to deal with any possible regional disturbances. I don't know, we're having disturbances in the region right now. The only place I believe they could be going to is Jamaica, where sometimes, after a hurricane, because of security risk and security concerns, some islands would want to deploy staff, deploy security forces to those islands to help, in supplementing the local security forces. That's the only thing I know that's happening right now in the region. Outside of that, the only other thing that's going on is what is happening in the Caribbean Sea right here. Among us, of course, a Miami Herald report a few hours ago quoted government sources as stating that a land attack by the U.S. on Venezuela was impending and could happen within the next few hours or days. So that's something that we need to pay attention to. And with the called out, this is why I've been telling everybody to get prepared, put aside some food, get your water prepared, get external communications, because our communications will definitely be disrupted here in the region once there's any kind of war happening. There's a lot of people who think that war is nice. It's not something I cheer for. I've been talking about it because I want you to be prepared just in case it happens, but I would never like to see it come to fruition. But this is what is happening within our region, and we must be prepared in case of any eventuality. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll be back. So this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed. The Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed on high alert, with all Army personnel ordered to report to base within the next few hours, according to multiple senior intelligence and military sources. All right. We're hearing now is that all Defense Force members have been asked to report to all bases immediately. This is gone beyond what we expected. This is mean that there's a heightened state of alert. Something is in the play. This morning, we heard from multiple sources from the U.S., whether it be the newspapers, from our own sources, that the Trump administration is getting ready to do land strikes or land invasion into Venezuela. We are understanding they're also planning invasions into Colombia. Another source did state as well that Trump was saying that he did not plan anything for any country. Listen, you can't believe anything you hear from this administration. Absolutely nothing. Just to note, Trinidad is very close to Venezuela. They've been integral in support of the U.S. in what they're doing right now in this region. So we have to pay particular attention. Sources told the Express that a circular was sent out to all staff mid-morning. Please be prepared to PBT report to the office if required today, pending confirmation from Detachment Commander Regimental Headquarters. The information went on to state that the Express understands from multiple sources that soldiers have been asked to report to all 4 military bases at Umuto, at La Romaine, Chagaramas, and Long Circular. So all of the bases they have to report to. Coast Guard officers were
All right, folks. We have alerted the team here. Yeah, audio stopped because I'm getting ready to talk. We have alerted the team here, so we've got people who are going to get us live video feeds from down there. We've got pictures coming in from down there. We're tracking the aircraft from down there. I'm trying to shovel my lunch down my throat here so as that I can talk to you guys. But I was talking on the other line. I was getting ready to speak when a call came in, the bat phone again. The reason that the mainstream media doesn't know anything about this is because the press office in the White House has been closed to the media. We're getting the information from people on the ground in Trinidad. So that's the reason the mainstream media isn't covering it. They don't have access to it. The Fox News, NBC, CBS, all of them, they don't have news outlets in Trinidad and Tobago. We've got a guy on the ground down there right now who's feeding us information. We have other sources of information. So I'm in the background putting that together. This stream is going to turn into a multitude of live videos coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to start putting that together now, just as soon as I finish shoving this food down my throat. And so stay tuned. It's going to get better as we go.
Were given a similar order, they're saying, and have been told to report to their bases at Sobos Bay, to a point, and the Cedrox Security Complex. So this is what the Trinidad Express was quoted as saying. What I can say is that there is a meeting happening as we speak between the commanding officer of the regiment, nice staff sergeants, and the 4 battalion commanding officers. When that meeting is finished, we will know more, one senior Army intelligence source told the Trinidad Express. So we are having a situation here where everybody is being called back to work. And it comes on a day when the U.S. is saying they are poised to invade Venezuela, to start imminent land strikes on Venezuela. This is getting serious. The meeting started apparently 11 a.m. this morning. Is expected to be concluded by 1:30 p.m. So it's already 1:30, it's almost 2. We should be hearing more. And whenever we get information, we'll come back to you. Sources confirm that the other term, the state one posture, which incidentally raises the threat level to the highest of 1, now dictates that soldiers who left their respective bases have been ordered. So this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed. The Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed on high alert, with all Army personnel ordered to report to base within the next few hours, according to multiple senior intelligence and military sources. All right. We're hearing now is that all Defense Force members have been asked to report to all bases immediately. This is gone beyond what we expected. This is mean that there's a heightened state of alert. Something is in the play. This morning we heard from multiple sources from the U.S., whether it be the newspapers, from our own sources, that the Trump administration is getting ready to do land strikes or land invasion into Venezuela. We are understanding they're also planning invasions into Colombia. Another source did state as well that Trump was saying that he did not plan anything for any country. Listen, you can't believe anything you hear from this administration. Absolutely nothing. Just to note, Trinidad is very close to Venezuela. They've been integral in support of the U.S. in what they're doing right now in this region. So we have to pay particular attention. Sources told the Express that a circular was sent out to all staff mid-morning. Please be prepared to PBT report to the office if required today, pending confirmation from Detachment Commander Regimental Headquarters. The information went on to state that the Express understands from multiple sources that soldiers have been asked to report to all 4 military bases at Umutu, at La Romaine, Chagaramas, and Long Circular. So all of the bases they have to report to. Coast Guard officers were given a similar order, they're saying, and have been told to report to their bases at Sobos Bay, to a point, and the Cedrox Security Complex. So this is what the Trinidad Express was quoted as saying. What I can say is that there is a meeting happening as we speak between the commanding officer of the regiment.
Guys, I just have this picture up here because I'm trying to put together a collage of video streams. So give me a minute. I'm bringing in 9 video streams to put onto the stream in 4K. So just hold your horses, which is all happening in real time, and I'm trying to eat my lunch.
Nice staff sergeants and the 4 battalion commanding officers. When that meeting is finished, we will know more, one senior Army intelligence source told the Trinidad Express. So we are having a situation here where everybody is being called back to work, and it comes on a day when the U.S. is saying they are poised to invade Venezuela, to start imminent land strikes on Venezuela. This is getting serious. The meeting started apparently 11 a.m. this morning. Is expected to be concluded by 1:30 p.m. So it's already 1:30, it's almost 2. We should be hearing more. And whenever we get information, we'll come back to you. Sources confirm that the other term, the state one posture, which incidentally raises the threat level to the highest of 1, now dictates that soldiers who left their respective bases have been ordered to return at specific times during the course of the day. So some have been told to return by 1 p.m., which is already 1 p.m., and there are others told to report there by 4 p.m. And they have been given this time based on the distance they're living to return to the base, and will possibly be confined there until further instructions are given. That's according to other sources being quoted by the Trinidad Express. The sources also indicated it was more of what they say a precautionary measure, with the TTDF on standby to deal with any possible regional disturbances. I don't know, we're having disturbances in the region right now. The only place I believe they could be going to is Jamaica, where sometimes, after a hurricane, because of security risk and security concerns, some islands would want to deploy staff, deploy security forces to those islands to help in supplementing the local security forces. That's the only thing I know that's happening right now in the region. Outside of that, the only other thing that's going on is what is happening in the Caribbean Sea right here. Of course, a Miami Herald report a few hours ago quoted government sources as stating that a land attack by the U.S. on Venezuela was impending and could happen within the next few hours or days. So that's something that we need to pay attention to. And with the called out, this is why I've been telling everybody to get prepared, get prepared. Put aside some food, get your water prepared. Get external communications, because our communications will definitely be disrupted here in the region once there's any kind of war happening. There are a lot of people who think that war is nice. It's not. It's not something I cheer for. I've been talking about it because I want you to be prepared just in case it happens, but I would never like to see it come to fruition. But this is what is happening within our region, and we must be prepared in case of any eventuality. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll be back with you. Guys, so this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but breaking news now. It's been confirmed the Trinidad Express is running the story. It is giving the information that the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force has been placed on high alert, with all Army personnel ordered to report to base within the next few hours, according to multiple senior intelligence and military sources. All right. We're hearing now is that all Defense Force members have been asked to report to all bases immediately. This is gone beyond what we expected. This is mean that there's a heightened state of alert. Something is in the play. This morning we heard from multiple sources from the U.S., whether it be the newspapers, from our own sources, that the Trump administration is getting ready to do land strikes or land invasion into Venezuela. We are understanding they're also planning invasions into Colombia. Another source did state as well that Trump was saying that he did not plan anything for any country. Listen, you can't believe anything you hear from this administration. Absolutely nothing. Just to note, Trinidad is very close to Venezuela. They've been integral in support of the U.S. in what they're doing right now in this region. So we have to pay particular attention. Sources told the Express that a circular was sent out to all staff mid-morning. Please be prepared to PBT report to the office if required today, pending confirmation from Detachment Commander Regimental Headquarters. The information went on to state that the Express understands from multiple sources that soldiers have been asked to report to all 4 military bases at Umuto, at La Romaine, Chaguaramas, and Long Circular. So all of the bases they have to report to. Coast Guard officers were given a similar order, they're saying, and have been told to report to their bases at Sobos Bay, to a point, and the Cedrox Security Complex. So this is what the Trinidad Express was quoted as saying. What I can say is that there is a meeting happening as we speak between the commanding officer of the regiment, nice staff sergeants, and the 4 battalion commanding officers. When that meeting is finished, we will know more, one senior Army intelligence source told the Trinidad Express. So we are having a situation here where everybody is being called back to work. And it comes on a day when the U.S. is saying they are poised to invade Venezuela, to start imminent land strikes on Venezuela. This is getting serious. The meeting started apparently 11 a.m. this morning. Is expected to be concluded by 1:30 p.m. So it's already 1:30, it's almost 2. We should be hearing more. And whenever we get information, we'll come back to you. Sources confirm that the other term, the state 1 posture, which incidentally raises the threat level to the highest of 1, now dictates that soldiers who
report accurately on the facts. Does the government have evidence that any of these people killed, whether they were Trinidadian or not, were in possession of illegal drugs, illegal weapons, illegal narcotics from our U.S. counterparts?
The answer to that, in short, is no. And the reason for the answer being no, the strikes are military intervention strikes or military strikes being conducted in pursuit of a military operation by the U.S. There's information that the U.S. will share. there's information that they won't share pursuant to a military operation, which is what this is. These are strikes that are being conducted in international waters. If these strikes occurred within national waters, then the U.S. would have to share information with Trinidad and Tobago. These are not strikes that are occurring within our territorial waters, nor are these strikes that are occurring in our EZ. They are strikes that are occurring in international waters, pursuant to a military operation with entities that they've designated as terrorist organizations.
And
Only imagine the
frankly,
pain.
if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled it was 11.
This is Trump speaking live right now.
Early admittance, we're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, when you look at the stock market's down.
It's
today,
happening now, Harold.
Down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion. And they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
We talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO is concerned about it, I do too, about this.
True, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India? You had posted.
No, we get along with India very well. But India you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example. Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada, a lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in
please.
light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and
So
violence?
religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. It will get somebody else.
Colorado.
I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together.
Mr. President,
Please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs. With 3,000 spinoff. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher. But we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big, and I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did, but we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiators. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here. You know, for 150 years, they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level, using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. You know, they've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no.
Maybe one more.
And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We've made. The sea drugs are almost dead. and they can't come in that fast, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs, and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions, because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space. And reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Space Com headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Space Com will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the President for the last 3 or 4 years about this, if I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Absolutely. Here, here.
JD, would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and Like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense, to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1, and for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the president held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now? You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing. And you'll see, and there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time, and we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela, so we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville, you talked about the cost savings associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see it for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there
Chinese, Iranian, Russian ships also.
Drug boats. In fact, 2 Trinidadian men were reportedly killed in a strike on a vessel that set out from Venezuela in mid-October. However, officials have not confirmed these deaths. The Pentagon, meanwhile, escalated its military buildup in the Caribbean this Friday by deploying an aircraft carrier group. The USS Gerald R. Ford joined 8 additional warships, a nuclear submarine, and several F-35 aircraft already deployed in the region.
Amid escalating tensions with Russia and the United States and Venezuela, Russia and Venezuela are cozying up. President Putin has signed a document elevating Moscow's strategic partnership with Caracas. This agreement, initiated by Russia, not only strengthens bilateral cooperation between the two nations in political and economic spheres, but also energy, mineral extraction, transport and communications, and more importantly, in security, counterterrorism aspects. The agreement empowers both Russia and Venezuela to fight against unilateral sanctions. This brings both nations together as they both face U.S. sanctions. A number of Russian companies have already entered the Venezuelan energy sector through Russian giant Rosneft that has been recently sanctioned by the United States. Venezuela's state-owned oil and gas company PDVSA, sanctioned by the U.S., is working with the Russian oil companies in the field of personnel training. Moscow supplies to Venezuela industrial equipment, automobiles, pulp, fertilizers, and other chemical products, and in return buys items such as rum, fruits, and cocoa, as well as marble and granite. So has the ratification of Russia-Venezuela strategic ties also solidified their military cooperation? Although Venezuela has significant reserves of modern Russian-made weapons, the legislation does not allow the possibility of deploying foreign military bases in the country. Secondly, the new treaty is not similar to Russia's defense pact with North Korea, which states that if there is a direct threat of armed intervention, the parties will immediately begin negotiations on joint actions. Article 14 of the Russia-Venezuela Treaty urges the parties to undertake and improve ties in the field of defense, carry out military technical cooperation in the interests of strengthening the defense capability and ensuring the security of the two countries. The strategic elevation between the two countries comes at the backdrop of Venezuela's soaring tensions with the U.S. On Sunday, the USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer, docked in the Trinidadian capital, Port of Spain, on a 4-day visit. The U.S. warship will hold drills in the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Venezuela has called the move a military provocation conducted by the CIA. Trinidad and Tobago is situated just 11 kilometers from the Venezuelan coast. The ship's arrival comes amid a mounting military campaign by U.S. President Donald Trump against alleged drug traffickers in Latin America, which has largely targeted Venezuelan and so far been limited to deadly strikes in international waters. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has repeatedly claimed that the South American country is well armed with Russian weapons. Maduro says Venezuela owns at least 5,000 Russian anti-aircraft missiles to counter U.S. forces. Venezuela has Russian-made Igla-S short-range missiles that form a key component to the country's air defense network. The question remains, given the strategic elevation of ties between Russia and Venezuela, apart from Russian munitions, will Russian troops fight for Venezuela? Let's ask that question to our guest, Diego Sequeira, who is a journalist and political analyst, is now works in the independent Mission Verdad outlet. He's now joining us from Caracas, Venezuela. Mr. Diego Sequeira, thank you very much for making time for us. The fine print for this is not out yet, and I'm talking about the agreement between Russia and Venezuela. The engagement has been ongoing between the two already for a very long time. Do you actually think that Russia will fight for Venezuela against the United States?
I actually don't think that's part of that is contemplated within the agreement, which is, yes, an expansion, and it deepens all these areas of cooperation even further. This kind of, well, you already reviewed it properly, but this kind of agreement, it's very specific and very strategic, and a few countries in the world have it, like, with its nuances, be it Korea, North Korea, Belarus, or Iran, and China. But I don't think within the fine print, of course, this is going to be one of the possibilities. I think even in military terms and geographical terms, it's even counterproductive. This, of course, doesn't mean that we're not going to have some sort of support, especially on the technical level, as it already has been seen, although most of the details, of course, are confidential regarding defense and security. So it's not easy to also like state with, 100% any of these aspects.
Mr. Sequeira, putting aside this agreement between Russia and Venezuela, let's talk about what is happening in the international waters, and I'm talking about the drug trafficking and the U.S. involvement in bombing some of these boats. How is Nicolas Maduro going to deal with this so-called American efforts in international waters going forward?
It is a work in progress, and as we can see, we have like two very visible elements right now. One, regardless of the possibilities of the threats, there's a psychological and political pressure component, which is a more candid one, the more visible one, which, according to what it happens, the government will react and will adapt to the situation. And the other element, which I think is even more sensitive on the short term, is the expansion of this gray area of extrajudicial killings to the wider Caribbean. We've already seen how there are also Colombian victims. We're already seen also how politically Colombia's president it's at the crosshairs of the United States right now. We see that now they're interested in engaging regime change efforts both in Venezuela and Caracas, which is the actual nature of this. This is completely counterfactual the way they are actually engaging and facing the threat, let's call it threat of drug trafficking. It's completely
all right. Yeah, there you go. You can hear me now.
It's completely against what
congratulations to all the people who are getting free memberships.
So this is about regime change and nice.
Good thing you're here.
Basically, I think the U.S. doesn't concern.
I am in the process of putting all this together. I got a few more cameras I got to add here.
Yesterday,
so what you have here is we have this is Tobago in the bottom right-hand corner, and then all of these other cameras are around. So the bottom row is Aruba, the middle row is Aruba, and the top row is around the airfield in Puerto Rico.
My question to you is,
so the top row will be Puerto Rico, the middle row will be Aruba, the bottom row will be Aruba, and the bottom right-hand corner is Tobago.
The United States.
Well,
Trinidad, Tobago.
To the extent that this is within the frame, within a different political framework, of course, this also shows the kind of approach
that
Russia and also in their own ways Iran or China has regarding their own partners.
Appreciate
you. In that
you.
sense, I think it's just a deepening, especially on key areas and with key partners like Venezuela in this case. Regarding the test we saw yesterday, it also relates to the U.S. endeavor right now, not only regarding Venezuela, of course, but also how they are also engaging on two levels, a public one and a more ambiguous one regarding Ukraine. And not only Ukraine, we also see how they've got pressuring now China, they're also pressuring India. The difference is in the case of of Russia specifically is that it has the war with the Ukraine in the middle of it all, and also the urgency of Trump to have like a political win in some area. But I don't know how successful it's going to be if you're going to actually sanction their oil industry, the thing they did a few days ago. So it has to do with the dynamic that the U.S. Trump administration is setting up across the world, be it Venezuela, be it India, be it the People's Republic of China with tariffs, or be it Russia with sanction pressure.
All right. Mr. Diego Sequeira, thank you for all your time and for talking to us today.
Thank you.
In other news, U.S. is secretly expanding its Venezuela operations. The U.S. military is 8 weeks into its campaign in the Caribbean Sea with the twin aim of stopping drugs and potentially toppling Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro's regime. Now, this year alone, the U.S. military has killed at least 32 people in 7 strikes off the coast of Venezuela without telling the Congress. The Trump administration has deployed an unprecedented number of warships, spy planes, fighter jets, bombers, drones, and U.S. Marines off the coast of Venezuela. U.S. covert floating base, the MV Ocean Trader, has been observed in the Caribbean, rarely seen outside the Mediterranean or West Asia. The 633-foot MV Ocean Trader is a mobile base that can house nearly 160 military personnel and a crew of up to 50. It has provisions for 45 days at sea and is equipped to launch and recover helicopters, drones, and small boats. Last week, the U.S. president confirmed that he had authorized CIA covert operations on Venezuelan soil. Trump also confirmed that U.S. carried out strikes on what he called drug-laden submarines last week. The strike left 2 survivors, apparently the first attack to do so. During Zelensky's visit to the White House, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the administration will reveal the details of the recent strike, adding that Washington's fight is against narco-terrorists. However, the entire details of the operation were not revealed. An unexpected departure of South Commander Admiral Alvin Halsey, who was responsible for operations in the Caribbean, also adds to the secrecy. Moreover, the situation points towards the untenable situation for Venezuela's Maduro, who has a $50 million bounty on his head.
Well, amid escalating tensions with the U.S., Russia and Venezuela are cozying up.
President Putin has signed a document elevating Moscow's strategic partnership with Caracas.
In fact, this agreement initiated by Russia not only strengthens bilateral cooperation between the two nations in political and economic spheres, but also energy, mineral extraction, transport and communications, and more importantly, in security and counter-terrorism aspects.
The agreement empowers both Russia and Venezuela to fight against unilateral sanctions. This brings both nations together as they both face U.S. sanctions. And a number of Russian companies have already entered the Venezuelan energy sector through Russian giant Rosneft that has been recently sanctioned by U.S.
And Venezuela's state-owned oil and gas company, which is the PDVSA, sanctioned by the U.S., is now working with Russian oil companies in the field of personnel training. Moscow supplies to Venezuela industrial equipment, automobiles, pulp, fertilizers and other chemical products, and in turn buys items such as rum, fruit, coca, and as well as marble and granite.
Now, so has the ratification of Russia-Venezuela strategic ties also solidified their military cooperation? Although Venezuela has significant reserves of modern Russian-made weapons, the legislation does not allow the possibility of deploying foreign military bases in the country. Secondly, the new treaty is not similar to Russia's defense pact with North Korea, which states that if there is a direct threat of armed intervention, the parties will immediately begin negotiations on joint actions.
Article 14 of the Russia-Venezuela Treaty urges the parties to undertake to improve ties in the field of defense, carry out military technical cooperation in the interests of strengthening the defense capability as well as ensuring the security of the two countries. Now, the strategic elevation between the two countries comes at the backdrop of Venezuela's soaring tensions with the U.S.
On Sunday, the USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer, docked in the Trinidadian capital, Port of Spain, on the 4-day visit. The U.S. warship will hold drills with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Venezuela has called the move a military provocation conducted by the CIA.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago is situated just 11 kilometers from the Venezuelan coast. Reports even suggest that it is used as a hub in the Caribbean drug trade. Trinidad and Tobago has itself been caught up in the U.S. campaign of strikes on suspected drug boats.
The ship's arrival comes amid a mounting military campaign by U.S. President Donald Trump against alleged drug traffickers in Latin America, which has largely targeted Venezuelans and so far been limited to deadly strikes in international waters.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has repeatedly claimed that the South American country is well armed with Russian weapons. He even says Venezuela owns at least 5,000 Russian anti-aircraft missiles to counter U.S. forces. Venezuela has Russian-made IGLAS short-range missiles that form a key component of the country's air defense network.
Now the question remains, given the strategic elevation of ties between Russia and Venezuela, apart from Russian munitions, will Russian troops fight for Venezuela?
Shifting focus then, amid heightened tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela, an American warship has now arrived nearby Trinidad and Tobago.
Now, Venezuela has called it a provocation. It also claims to have arrested mercenaries with ties to the CIA. U.S. Navy destroyer USS Gravely docked at the port of Spain for a joint military training with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Forces. The U.S. Embassy says the ship will remain there from the 26th to the 30th of October. But Venezuela says it is a military provocation by Trinidad and Tobago in coordination with the CIA, aimed at spurring a full military confrontation.
Venezuela has also said that it had captured a group of mercenaries that is linked to CIA, whose goal is to carry out a false flag attack in the region. A false flag attack is an operation when an act is carried out in such a way that a different party appears responsible for the same.
Earlier this month, U.S. President Donald Trump confirmed reports that he authorized the CIA to carry out covert operations in Venezuela. Now, Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro has levied accusations of false flag attacks before including a plan to plant explosives in the U.S. Embassy in Caracas in early October.
U.S. has carried out a number of strikes on boats in the Caribbean and Pacific region. That is the Pacific region, with the Trump administration claiming that these ships were trafficking drugs as well.
The Pentagon escalated its military buildup in the Caribbean this Friday by deploying an aircraft carrier group. The USS Gerald R. Ford joined 8 additional warships, a nuclear submarine, and several F-35 aircraft already deployed in the region.
Venezuela has suspended an energy agreement with Trinidad and Tobago, which is in response to the neighboring island nation's welcoming of a U.S. warship. It also claimed on Monday to have dismantled a CIA-financed cell plotting a false flag attack on the U.S. warship. And this comes as Washington has stepped up pressure on Caracas by flying bombers in the region. Guided missile destroyer, which is USS Gravely, docked Sunday in Port of Spain, within firing distance of the Venezuelan mainland. Venezuela has responded strongly to the ship's arrival, calling it a provocation aimed at starting a war in the Caribbean. Venezuelan authorities have also claimed that they uncovered an operation that targeted the ship. Venezuela's Interior Minister said on Monday that a cell financed by the CIA planned to attack USS Gravely and even framed Caracas, saying that 4 people have been arrested but did not provide details of the alleged suspects. Venezuela regularly claims to have arrested US-backed mercenaries working to destabilize Maduro administration.
I was on my way here, and they informed me about 3 people they captured at another location with CIA manuals, and they have no shame. So they arrive and delete things from their phones because they think that by deleting their phone, everything disappears. But no. Those phones talk. They talk.
Right now.
I'm going to send it to the cloud. They say, well, they're in the
All right,
cloud.
so how's everything else going down there?
And what we found is pure gold. CIA connected to those sectors that
We got
Venezuela.
phone jamming going on and really hot activity. I don't know if the weather changed down here. I have no idea. I'm feeling like I'm going to black out.
All right. Well, they've got GPS jamming going on down there. I know that. And you say people are panic buying. Uh, have you guys got generators up? Are y'all having power problems yet? Are the U.S. forces still coming in? Can you tell me anything about that?
Power, we have a little fluctuation going on here.
Okay, so how many aircraft came in? Do you know? I saw 2 C-17s and 3 Ospreys. Anything else?
I'll check with people up there at the airport and let you know.
All right, I appreciate it. You need anything, you let us know. And I've got cameras from Aruba, cameras from down there, and I'm getting ready to put up the radar from around there. So I might put up the ship tracking software as well. So you guys got something kind of intel coming in. It's well, that's not right. Their clock is wrong, or else unless that's behind. Yeah, it's dark down there. I wonder if they're delaying the. Hold on, let me check something here. No, that says it's live. I think the clock is off. Yeah, roger that. NOTAM kicks in 55 minutes. So we are on the big screen at the military base in Tobago, Trinidad, Tobago. So we're going to pick one of these cameras here that we don't like. It'd probably be this one here in Venezuela, or the one from over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the thank you, Mark. 1706. I think the clock is wrong here, or 1906. I think the clock is wrong because it says it's live, and we can see lights on the buildings. But anyway, we're going to put the radar up there. I've got that. So what I want to do is I want to put where is here? Window capture. Okay, there we go. Good, just like that. I need to interact with that. Be on display 1. Move this up. By the way, this is UH-60 helicopter right here. Right here on the border here. See this right here? Just had a U.S. military helicopter, not U.S., but a military helicopter land right here. See that? There's the border with Venezuela. This is Colombia. So military helicopter just landed right there. UH-60. I can make this full screen here too, so you guys can see it better. See it right there. So military helicopter just landed right here. Another UH-60 from Colombia was flying around over here. So this is the entire theater of operations right here. So we got 3 cameras up here. We've got 4 cameras from over here. We've got the camera in the bottom right-hand corner is over here. And then we got this map up. So that's what we got going on here. And that puts it right back there. So I'm going to keep trying to bring it to you. I got a news broadcast coming up in an hour and 10 minutes. And once we do that, we're going to move all of this stuff over to the KLW World News server and on Rumble over there. And we're going to start bringing it all in over there, because over there we can show you the stuff that we can't show you here. So it should be kicking off by about then, one would think. So let me see what else I can get for you. Let me go back and see if this guy's done another announcement yet here.
All right, guys, welcome back. So I had to come back on this afternoon. A lot of things happening all at once, so we're gonna see if we could get through all of that. Their new satellites are showing U.S. warships positioned for possible strikes in Venezuela. We're covering that as well because there's a lot of things that are happening at the moment. Let's try to see if we could get these details out to you as quickly as possible. Let me see. Okay. All right. So we're trying to see if we could ascertain more information for you on what is going on actually. I've been getting a lot of messages out of Trinidad and Tobago. I've been getting messages about people panic buying and stuff like that. I don't know. I can't say that for sure.
He's correct. They are.
I cannot say that for sure. I'll have to wait and see if that is true. Yeah, right. So let's get into what we've been hearing. We have been hearing that the defense force in Trinidad have been called out. Of course, you've seen several videos online. I saw one with the Prime Minister saying she doesn't know. The other one from Minister Alexander saying, yeah, it's a normal thing. So, there's a little bit of conflict right there, back and forth. Yeah, so that is the situation right there. The Caribbean now, what I'm getting from multiple sources, is that several Caribbean islands and will be placed on alert this weekend, as in their air spaces will be needed for different things other than commercial use. So we could go from ranges from Antigua in the north all down to Trinidad in the south. Um, Still trying to get the exact countries, but several of them. I spoke about this. I spoke about this in a previous video. I mean, I'm just here trying to tell people, look, this is going to happen. Things are going to get bad. It's going to go downhill very fast. Some people don't want to believe, but it's up to them. But I get the information, I share it with everybody. There is also information that I saw on Trinidad. I'm seeing that all policemen actually is from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. This is dated today, Friday, October 2025, and it's that all officers, um, you know, that leave is now asked with immediate effect, or basically your leave has ended with immediate effect. That's what's really going on with immediate effect. So that is what is really taking place at this time. Under your command, that all leave is restricted with immediate effect from Friday. So everybody who was supposed to get holiday are supposed to go on leave. That is now restricted as of immediate effect until further notice. That is for today. That came out today. Um, of course, some people don't like to hear us talk about these things because they think it's what do they say? They say it's fear mongering and war mongering and all kind of foolishness. War in the Caribbean is imminent, whether we like it or not. It is what it is. I've been preaching, Paul. I've been saying, get your acts together because it can take off at any time. What I don't like, what is happening is that what I don't like is when you're not really informing your population. You're telling them it's a normal thing, it's this, it's that. When you know maybe something else is on the offing, or maybe they don't really know that anything is actually in the offing, right? Yeah, well, President Jaffa boy, I tell you, that's what it is. That's what it is out here. Jamaica definitely needs a lot of help. I spoke with some guys in Western Jamaica in Negril, a couple places. It's really bad. When I tell it bad, it's bad. I have already sent my donation to for certain things, so I'll leave it like that. I don't have to tell the whole world that. But the point about it is that what I don't like really is when something is happening and people not informing their nation properly. But the point about it is that maybe they themselves don't even know. Because Trump is now saying that he never or he's not authorizing any strikes in Venezuela. But remember, he said that when they were going after Iran, he gave them a specific time, and then he said, "Oh, well, so you know what happened the next night, right? Yeah, bloom. Everybody was out, lights out, right? So the ships are in position right now. As you can see in Trinidad, as much as they try to quell the situation, as you can see in Trinidad, as much as they try to quell and say nothing is happening, right? Things are happening. You're not going to just restrict police leave because of a what do you call it, a SOE. That's been going on forever in Trinidad. You don't have to restrict everybody's leave because of a SOE, right? You know that, I know that. So let's not play around with that one. Um, Yeah, and then you have the issue of the defense forces being called out, or people are saying that was fake. Now we know it is true. It is not fake. It is true. Now, also, I want to let you know that a lot of people have been calling me, texting me, and they're saying only when they get the chance they could be able to text. A couple of fishermen who are coming in from off just off St. Vincent, not too far west because they're afraid to go out far west now. But just coming in, said to me that they could not get to deal with the GPS. It was just problematic and it's jamming. Signals are being jammed right now. I was looking for the information where I could have. Right. This is what is happening today in terms of the GPS signals. You have GPS jamming today, 31st of October. This you can get the map worldwide, but this is what is happening right now. Um,
Yeah, same. JK Engineering is correct. Same thing he said on Iran, and within a few hours, Israel, of course, you know what happened, struck Iran, big things happened. Then you had Midnight Hammer, all kind of craziness went on. So you don't take Trump's word for anything. But the point about it is that right now, all of the nations are really angry for war. The nations are totally angry for war right now, and I mean absolutely angry. Everybody is angry and hungry for war right now. That's a sad situation that we're living in. Um, right. So this is the GPS today, and the guys are reporting to me coming back to St. Vincent that they it just wasn't happening. It was just been jamming all the time. And it's just difficult. It was difficult for some of them because a lot of rain is coming in St. Vincent today, and out there is a bit, it's not good today on the sea. Trust me. Um, let me just make sure I could get all of the rest information for you, and let's see what's happening here around the place. Um, right. So let me get into this for you, right? I'm going to show you something right now. We're going to get into this piece by piece. I'm going to get into this right now with you because people are asking me for the information. So let me get into this right now. Let me pull it up on the screen for you so that you can see it properly. All right, stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Let's get into this right now. Right, so this is it. This is what I'm showing you right now. Now, this is what is happening today. Should have been actually the 31st, actually. Let me try and clear it up for you. Um, it's not. It's actually just taking out. It's actually taking out what I wanted, but my God, let me just get that back for you. It's supposed to be the 31st, actually. 10th month, 2025. Oh my God. Yeah, it's giving me a wrong date. Let me just get back out of that and get back in. I don't want the 29th actually. It actually should have been the 31st actually, but it's not giving me the date. I don't know why it's not giving me the date. All of a sudden, it's not giving me the date all of a sudden. But anyway, this is going on today up here. This is the US, right? This is the US. Look at that. This is the US right there. Um, Zero, green of course is low, medium is 2 to 10%, high is 10% and above, which is the red. If you go down here in the Caribbean, nowhere else, nothing else is happening. Nothing else is happening anywhere else except what? Look at that. What is there? What is there? Let me try and see if I could get that open for you a little bit bigger. What is there? What is down here? That's the only place where you have high jamming. Just to the south of Grenada, the Grenadines, come all the way down to Trinidad and Tobago, parts of Venezuela, and then you have right inside Caracas right there, you can see low-level jamming and high-level jamming.
Of consumption
Of
of
course, as you go
Ecuadorian
across, it's
families,
empty, but this
where
is
this
the
will
area of
deactivate or is
concentration.
gradually deactivating the dynamism and the capacity of the productive sectors. It is evident that the Novoa government, in the face of such manifesting incapacity to be able to manage the public sector and only having dedicated itself to shrinking the state's economy and preparing land for its own businesses and the privatization of strategic sectors of the economy, it is interested in regaining that political legitimacy, regaining some of the political capital that has been lost in the course of these almost 2 years of government. For that, he has planned.
Okay, so what I'm putting up here for you guys now, this is a English-speaking television channel in Venezuela. And so this way we can get the news straight out of Venezuela.
Says to basically give money even without any kind of taxation on whether he is actually fulfilling these offers of educational bonuses, of bonuses for people to study English, to young people, to women, of economic reactivation, and at the same time to be able to launch itself as a candidate, to be able to make offers of all kinds, that as it has been on the two previous occasions when he won the transitional presidency and when he won this first term, he has not fulfilled them at all. On this occasion, it occurred to him that the problem lies in the Ecuadorian constitution. He has tried to sell the idea to the Ecuadorian people that by changing the constitution they can magically solve the problems that he has failed to do. And in that sense, he calls this popular consultation and referendum with, I would say, 2 or 3 questions that are hooks and a question that can lead to the fact that the current constitution, which is a constitutional guarantee of rights, finally, if the political strategy of Novoa is successful, is thrown into the trash can, and finally a new constitution is made. Basically, he has hit with 2 of the questions against the political parties and organizations, knowing that he is dominating that panorama.
Oh, come on, Nick. You drove through the fields even without the GPS.
He is decreasing, or he's trying to decrease the representation of the political parties or the representativeness of the level of each of the provinces in Ecuador in the National Assembly, in the Legislative Assembly. And on the other hand, he is also trying to decrease or finally eliminate all state resources for the electoral campaigns of political parties and organizations, with which we would return to the time of plutocracy, when only the economic sectors that have resources can participate in politics, leaving aside all the possibilities.
What you guys want to look for is lights moving across the sky in these images.
I think that most of the Ecuadorian population sees,
like that one right there. See that?
Skepticism
the bottom center screen at the top.
This of calling for a new constituent assembly, despite a $1 million campaign
that, see that light in the sky?
Enabled.
These cameras have an infrared sensitivity, so you will be able to see the infrared lights on the outsides of
social networks,
the
media, and through the use of influencers, through the use of social networks, and also with the president who says that he's going to
be able to see the infrared lights
or not, because he has a very important meeting, Eduardo, with the
on the bottoms
of
these
Security of the United
or on the planes or anything.
The installation of military bases is also
this is cool because we can see the boat on the right one here and the boat on the left one. Let me move these two.
For what military bases? Why allow the entry of military personnel violating the Constitution, be it what is approved or not in this constituent and in this referendum? Well, here clearly there is a great contradiction. On the one hand, the government that in itself is linked to all these highs with drug trafficking, it has already been proven, as we said, with all of these shipments of cocaine loaded bananas for months. But it has been shown in the way in which Ecuador has not stopped seeing its murders grow despite a militarization that has lasted for several years. We're in the most direct year in the history of the country with more than 100,000 missiles, and it still happens this idea that militarization will be the solution. Really, what is behind this, what you say, there are other interests, and I could name 2 particular ones. One has to do clearly with the strengthening of the internal repression apparatus. We know that the alliances, both with the US and Israel, what they have done is strengthening the capacities of repression within the inside of the country, and it is what we very unfortunately saw in the Paraguay national, the tremendous repression that the Ecuadorian people suffered with the murders of 2 of the real hopeful protesters who in a certain sense were not in the context in which they were. But there's also a second point which has to do with the fact that the United States is already increasingly in a more open war with China and the entire multipolar world that is emerging. A multipolar world that will not have a backward margin, in which the United States is clearly wanting to regain control of controlling the Latin America, not only politically but also to directly control its resources. We have heard from people in the south of the United States clearly when they say that the reason why the United States is wanting to strengthen its military presence in Latin America has to do with the resources linked to oil, rare materials, and the lithium triangle, which is one of the most important resources for the digitalization process of the economy. So clearly the open door that is being given to military bases.
All right, so you're going to know it's all going to hit the fan.
Has absolutely nothing to do
when these
with the
aircraft out
security
here start
of the
disappearing
Ecuadorian
off the
people.
map.
It has to do with the digitalization in the same way that it was a failure in countries like Colombia, countries like Mexico. It has widely shown that it is not the extra, the militarization and how it has been done in Ecuador.
These guys
However,
out here will disappear off the map. There won't be any aircraft out here
that does not concern
when
the
it hits the
Ecuadorian
fan.
people, and that also links to very important places
so
in Ecuador. For example, the Galapagos Islands, where one of these military bases could be planned. Without a doubt, the central axes and the keys that had been placed on the table, and Reyes and Eduardo Meneses, both thank you for your time for Telesur. The program ends, and we do so by reviewing our vectors. Our radar on the map reflects the three keys on this issue. Ecuador, country violating human rights. Number one, violation of human rights without a doubt in Ecuador, a strategy implemented since the beginning of the national strike. For this, the key has been the deployment of police and public works in cities such as Tabalo and Andean town with a strong indigenous presence. The complaints of human rights organizations and communication media that include violent entry into homes, repression with lethal weapons, raids, and massive arrests. The repression is more systematic and more planned and more backed by a geopolitical model that includes agreements with the United States and also with Israel.
Right now for jamming of signals and GPS. That
All right, guys, welcome back. So I had to come back on this afternoon. A lot of things happening all at once, so we're gonna see if we could get through all of that. Their new satellites are showing U.S. warships positioned for possible strikes in Venezuela. We're covering that as well because there's a lot of
You with me, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clearly.
All right. Do you guys still have us up on the video display in the military base?
Yeah, I have people all over watching you right now.
Okay. So what I've done for you guys is in the bottom right-hand corner, I have put up the map of all the aircraft off the coast. So if those aircraft off the coast start disappearing, it's about to hit the fan.
Shut up, bud.
Repeat.
Shut up, buddy.
All right. And then also, so just along the top are all of the cameras around Puerto Rico. And then the cameras on the left and on the bottom are around Aruba. So you'll see aircraft, if they've got infrared illuminators on, you'll see them flying in the skies. All right, so if you need anything, you got my number, call me.
No time would kick in, right?
Yeah, well, I'll be here all night. So, yeah, it'll probably kick off a little after midnight. But just make sure everybody knows what each one of these cameras is so you guys know. Their internet down there is, they're cutting all kinds of shit off. So the guys are having a hell of a time with phones and everything else. So anyway, he's in Trinidad, Tobago. He's with the military down there. We have our stream is up in several different military locations. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to feed them as much intel as we can in real time. So we're going to continue to do that. We've got Venezuelan news up on the right hand side. We've got all of the maps up. You can see right here. You see all the mouse moving around there. When these airplanes right in here start disappearing, like you're starting to see right now, when all of these planes here are not there anymore, that's when you got to keep a heads up. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on all this. This is all aircraft in the sky right there. And then if you see aircraft up around Puerto Rico and up in here in the sky, you'll be able to see them in the top row up here. So the top row of video images, if you look at the map down below, in the bottom right-hand corner, right here around Puerto Rico, the cameras are all on this end over next to the military base over here. Okay? And then the cameras on the left-hand side. Hold on, I got to interact with this one. The cameras over on the left-hand side, all these cameras, all the four over there, they are cameras that are in Aruba over here. So if I do this, I can get that back. So anyway, that's what you got. Your Aruba is where's planes coming in down here. I can put that screen back up. I can go this way and go that way. So the cameras, the four cameras on the bottom left-hand side are over here on the west end of Aruba. So I've got cameras over here. I had one over here, but I don't trust the one over here in Trinidad, Tobago. And then I've got cameras up here, and then we've got TV from Venezuela, and we have this maps. But it's when all of these aircraft out in here start disappearing, that's when the fecal matter is flying. Because nobody else wants to fly when the fecal matter is flying. Thank you, Tripod. Appreciate that, buddy. We'll see about that, Tripod. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So, a lot going on here. We're going to keep bringing it to you as we get it. Who this? Who that? Who that? Who that? All right, so let's get back to this guy.
All right, guys, welcome back. So I had to come back on this afternoon. A lot of things happening all at once, so we're gonna see if we could get through all of that. Their new satellites are showing U.S. warships positioned for possible strikes in Venezuela. We're covering that as well because there's a lot of things that are happening at the moment, let's try see if we could get these details out to you as quickly as possible. Let me see. Okay. All right. So
I got to add.
We're trying to see if we could
SDR
ascertain
too.
more information for you on what is going on actually. I've been getting a lot of messages out of Trinidad and Tobago. I've been getting messages about people panic buying and stuff like that. I don't know. I can't say that
It's
for
true.
sure.
People were panic buying. That's true.
I cannot say that for sure. I'll have to wait and see if that is true. Yeah, right. So let's get into what we've been hearing. We have been hearing that the defense force in Trinidad have been called out. Of course, you've seen several videos online. I saw one with the Prime Minister saying she doesn't know, the other one from Minister Alexander saying, yeah, it's a normal thing. So, there's a little bit of conflict right there, back and forth. Yeah, so that is the situation right there. The Caribbean now, what I'm getting from multiple sources, sources is that several Caribbean islands and will be placed on alert this weekend, as in their air spaces will be needed for different things other than commercial use. So we could go from ranges from Antigua in the north all down to Trinidad in the south. Still trying to get the exact countries, but several of them. I spoke about this in a previous video. I mean, I'm just here trying to tell people, look, this is going to happen. Things are going to get bad. It's going to go downhill very fast. Some people don't want to believe, but it's up to them. But I get the information, I share it with everybody. There is also information that I saw on Trinidad. I'm seeing that all policemen actually is from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. This is dated today, Friday, October 2025, and it's that all officers, that leave is now asked with immediate effect, or basically your leave is ended with immediate effect. That's what's really going on with immediate effect. So that is what is really taking place at this time. Under your command, that all leave is restricted with immediate effect from Friday. So everybody who was supposed to get holiday or supposed to go on leave, that is now restricted as of immediate effect until further notice. And that is for today. That came out today. Of course, some people don't like to hear us talk about these things because they think it's what do they say? They say it's fear mongering and warmongering and all kind of foolishness. War in the Caribbean is imminent, whether we like it or not. It is what it is. I've been preaching, Paul. I've been saying, get your acts together because it can take off at any time. What I don't like what is happening is that what I don't like is when you're not really informing your population. You're telling them it's a normal thing, it's this, it's that. When you know maybe something else is on the offing, or maybe they don't really know that anything is actually in the offing, right? Yeah, well, President Jaffa boy, I tell you, that's what it is. That's what it is out here. Jamaica definitely needs a lot of help. I spoke with some guys in Western Jamaica in Negril, a couple places. It's really bad. When I tell you bad, it's bad. I have already sent my donation for certain things, so I'll leave it like that. I don't have to tell you who or that. But the point about it is that what I don't like really is when something is happening and people not informing their nation properly. But the point about it is that maybe they themselves don't even know, because Trump is now saying that he's not authorizing any strikes in Venezuela. But remember, he said that when they were going after Iran, he gave them a specific time, and then he said, "Oh, well, so you know what happened the next night, right? Yeah, boom, everybody was out, lights out, right? So the ships are in position right now. As you can see in Trinidad, as much as they try to quell the situation, as you can see in Trinidad, as much as they try to quell and say nothing is happening, right?
things are happening. You're not going to just restrict police leave because of a what do you call it, a SOE. That's been going on forever in Trinidad. You don't have to restrict everybody's leave because of a SOE, right? You know that, I know that. So let's not play around with that one. Yeah, and then you have the issue of the defense forces being called out, or people saying that was fake. Now we know it is true. It is not fake. It is true. Now, also, I want to let you know that a lot of people have been calling me, texting me, and they're saying only when they get the chance they could be able to text. A couple of fishermen who are coming in from just off St. Vincent, not too far west because they're afraid to go out far west now. They're just coming in, said to me that they could not get to deal with the GPS. It was just problematic and it's jamming. Signals are being jammed right now. I was looking for the information where I could have, right. This is what is happening today in terms of the GPS signals. You have GPS jamming today, 31st of October. This, you can get the map worldwide, but this is what is happening right now. Yeah, same. JK Engineering is correct. Same thing he said on Iran, and within a few hours, Israel, of course, you know what happened, struck Iran, big things happened, then you had Midnight Hammer, all kind of craziness went on. So you don't take Trump's word for anything. But the point about it is that right now, all of the nations are really angry for war. The nations are totally angry for war right now. And I mean absolutely angry. Everybody is angry and hungry for war right now. That's a sad situation that we're living in. Right. So this is the GPS today, and the guys are reporting to me coming back to St. Vincent that they it just wasn't happening. It was just been jamming all the time. And it's just difficult. It was difficult for some of them because a lot of rain is coming in St. Vincent today, and out there is a bit, it's not good today on the sea. Trust me. Um, Let me just make sure I could get all of the rest information for you, and let's see what's happening here according to the maps that we are seeing around the place. Um, right. So let me get into this for you, right? I'm going to show you something right now. We're going to get into this piece by piece. I'm going to get into this right now with you because people are asking me for the information. So let me get into this right now. Let me pull it up on the screen for you so that you can see it properly. All right, stay with me, guys. Stay with me. Let's get into this right now. Right, so this is it. This is what I'm showing you right now. Now, this is what is happening today. Should have been actually the 31st, actually. Let me try and clear it up for you. Um, it's not, it's actually just taking out, it's actually taking out what I wanted, but my God, let me just get that back for you. It's supposed to be the 31st, actually. 10th month, 2025. Oh my God. Yeah, it's giving me a wrong date. Let me just get back out of that and get back in. I don't want the 29th actually. It actually should have been the 31st actually, but it's not giving me the date. I don't know why it's not giving me the date. All of a sudden, it's not giving me the date all of a sudden. But anyway, this is going on today up here. This is the US, right? This is the US. Look at that. This is the US right there. Um, Zero, green of course is low, medium is 2 to 10%, high is 10% and above, which is the red. If you go down here in the Caribbean, nowhere else, nothing else is happening. Nothing else is happening anywhere else except what? Look at that. What is there? What is there? Let me try and see if I could get that open for you a little bit bigger. What is there? What is down here? That's the only place where you have high jamming. Just to the south of Grenada, the Grenadines, come all the way down to Trinidad and Tobago, parts of Venezuela, and then you have right inside the Caracas right there. You can see low-level jamming and high-level jamming. And of course, as you go across, it's empty. But this is the area of concentration right now for jamming of signals and GPS. That's crazy. Um, that is crazy right now, guys. That is absolutely crazy what's happening out there. Um, yeah, that's what's happening out there. So the only place really where we're having it is outside here, um, just here, just outside Trinidad, Venezuela. All of this, you see that signals are being jammed. So when you can't get certain things, you know what is happening. I mean, I like to bring that to people, let them know. President Jaffa said, I think they're ready for the Chavista to end with. Well, um,
All right, couple tidbits of information. Most of the government personnel will be going to safe houses in Trinidad and Tobago tonight. People are starting to panic buy both food and fuel. GPS blackout hits Venezuela coast. Yeah, there's a lot of GPS jamming going on all around Trinidad and Tobago. There's a bunch of GPS jamming going on down there. Yeah, roger that on the helicopters. I'm going to keep that between us. Yeah, I got to get ready for my other stream. So I'm going to bring up, let me do this one here. Let me bring up Venezuelan TV for you guys.
How to deal with these TikTok issues. At first, they use a passage, you can name it securitizations, which means they describe the running of the TikTok as kind of national security threat to the United States, and use a highly politicalization ways to deal with it. They just use those very ideological.
All right, guys, I've gotten almost no sleep. I'm going to take a nap for about 20 minutes. I'll be back.
Because this company belongs to China, and Chinese government is a Communist Party government, and you cannot trust it. So your data in that companies, in that applications is unsafe, is threatened. So the only solution is we need to get those companies out of the hand of Chinese government and so on. But now, finally, they go to an agreement between these two sides. You'll find that that's agreement highly technical and a functional agreement, which means they're talking about detailed functional issues. The first, how to effectively protect the US users' data to protect their privacy. So the solution is data localization. We build a localized data. Those US users' data are the personal data are stored in that centers, in their servers, and then a trusted United States companies monitor the running of these servers to ensure that these data can keep in a safe ways. And then we split the operating of TikTok companies. These companies can running as state users, but these data by technical methods can be ensured as this US user data is protected by US legal systems and US companies. And the Chinese companies can ensure its normal commercial runnings and got normal commercial profits. And Chinese governments can protect Chinese companies' overseas interest in a more balanced ways. So that's a general examples how to ensure and launch a balanced ways to make it possible to protect the privacy, to protect the efficiency, and to ensure those companies can make profits at the same time, just those AI models. So in future, we may see that in the UN framework, we're talking about AI governance, it will separate in different scenarios. In certain scenarios, for example, the military use of AI technologies, we're talking about this AI need to be controlled by the state actors and ensure that AI will not become a new threat to the strategic stabilities between state actors. On the commercial or the personal use aspect, we may be development a kind of norms. Last year, United Nations just passed a global digital compact in which it has launched guiding principles how to governance personal data, how to governance something like new applications like represented by AI, those guiding principles. And under that guiding principles, we need the members of United Nations, all those companies providing so-called best practice, which means you can develop a kind of practice and in different companies and different scenarios and different countries. And in that practice, you will find that maybe we can find technical solutions to ensure the effective protections of personal privacy information data storages in certain servers. And then we can provide some legal requirement. Those companies must fulfill those legal requirements. Otherwise, they cannot take advantages of using these data to get profits. While at the same time, by producing such kind of legal systems, we need to consider those companies need to make profits. Otherwise, it cannot become a company. The company means they need a reasonable requirement for profits. So we need to allow them to use these data. And then by dialogue, negotiation, coordinations, according to different legal, historical, and cultural background, maybe different countries and different regions can got different solutions. And then in the UN framework, we put all these solutions together and then finding out a kind of baseline. This baseline means a very limited requirement must be fulfilled in all scenarios. It means that your privacy data will be protected in these very base levels. And then it's providing you possibilities to development your more regional or inside your own state, how to governance these AI applications. Then we will have these 3-level models to development this AI governance practice. The first level is international level, which means the UN framework. The second may be the regional levels inside different geopolitical regions or sub-regions. The nearby countries, if they sharing those informations and it has very close cross-border data activities by doing business, they need to develop their own more regional standards, how to protect and ensure the security of these cross-border data flows. And then at the state levels, maybe inside your state, you got a legal systems to protect the security and to protection your privacy of your personal information stored in the internet, those digitalized personal data, which is very important to development of your own AI applications. Such kind of international, regional, and state 3 layers can providing you a very general framework to develop AI governance systems in the futures.
And of course, from what you're saying, this aspect brings together, and it continues to call a look into the international aspect and the cooperation between nations. So it seems that such a development, of course, we could maybe say that this was true at different levels for any form of scientific development, but of course AI is just fostering this need to think in terms of the relations between nations, and that is where the regional, the international perspective is so important. And this is what many countries from the global south continue to come back to, because they know that they are part of that system, but from a different perspective. Of course, you were saying it before, many of these nations do not have the capabilities and maybe will not have it, at least to fund and start from the very beginning, the very large models with the infrastructure that calls for. There are options, as you were saying before, regarding the different forms of adaptation of the open source development. So the possibility of adapting already available technology, that is something that many nations are looking into. In Latin America in particular, in the past month, many governments have brought up this question permanently of the need to think about what AI sovereignty means for the region. What they're looking at is that many systems that are operating on AI technology that is following interest other than our own nations are having a direct impact, for example, in terms of the circulation of communication, the circulation of fake news, for example, the direct impact it's having in political campaigns and how that leads to political outcomes. That this has been a very real, concrete thing that has been happening. And of course, many scientists and politicians are looking into this to see, okay, what is happening? What can we do about it? And how do we reframe the idea of sovereignty in this new AI world? So first of all, you before talked about another concept that keeps coming up, that is the AI gap. How would you describe that? What does it mean, and what are the concrete effects for example, a nation or an entire region that is left outside from the possibility of generating its own AI models? What impacts could that have on everyday life?
You're talking about very interesting questions. Actually, because I also served as the director of the BRICS research centers in Fudan universities, so I traveled to Brazil. In the Brazil, I have a very interesting find out. A Chinese company, Huawei, they doing their business in Brazil. Huawei also enjoys has very famous advantages on development of its own AI chips and AI models. According to my knowledge, Huawei launched an online AI school in Brazil, which means it's not only doing business there, it's providing a kind of education service to Brazil young generations, to providing them the technologies. So that's part of the models of the Chinese government's strategic programs, One Belt, One Road initiatives, which means which in the framework of so-called the digital Silk Road. In these programs, the Chinese government are willing to providing a kind of global public goods. I think it's also the last year, President Xi Jinping, the top leaders of China, make an open statement inside China, say that in the 21st century, artificial intelligence is kind of international public goods which can make benefits of all human beings. And according to China's foreign strategies, as the world's biggest developing countries, we believe we have kind of obligations to providing such kind of public goods to the global South countries. According to my knowledge, the question you mentioned is the reality. Most of the global South countries, they don't have enough financial resources or those hardware capacities to develop their own artificial intelligence applications 100% by themselves. They need some helps from the leading actors. And I think China are willing to providing such kind of public goods, which means in this One Belt, One Road initiatives, China already providing the basement for the development of AI, which means that is infrastructures, the road, the electronic power grid, and the telecommunication systems. And now, according to my knowledge, China maybe, I think in futures, we can looking forward to futures. And it's highly possibility we have such kind of scenarios. China providing you or helping you to development a kind of local infrastructures of AI, which means China providing you the road, electronic powers, telecommunications, the AI chips produced by Huawei companies have a very safer and a robust supply chain supporting of these chips, and give you an open source large language models. And then it become a digital infrastructures to development of your own AIs. You can develop your own artificial intelligent agents or other applications on that infrastructures. And during that process, you make training of your peoples, your young engineers who has familiar with these AI issues and got their own technological stack on AIs. And then step by step, maybe the first period is you development your own AI applications according to or based on those digital infrastructures provided by China. And then in the phase 2 or phase 3, you powerful enough or you get enough technologies and enough resources, you can have your more your own AI models or systems in that times. So I think that's the road we need to encourage, or those models we need to encourage in the UN framework. Especially United Nations usually use the development and name Sustainable Development Goals 2035. Maybe China is the only big power in the world still insist that this is very important strategic roles to our world. I think that the development of AI in the global South countries with the empowerment from China's resources and the capacities should become the most important component that helping us to realize its SDG 2035 in the coming few years.
And Professor, you were just talking about the sustainable goals, and one of the questions that are also coming up in public discourse time and time again, maybe with more like a pressing matter in the past years, has to do with how this AI development could be affecting, or how does it relate to the climate impact, the resources it's taking up or that it's going to need, looking into the future development. We've seen, of course, an exponential rise. Much of what we're talking about here has to do with, well, maybe a generation that is looking into something that is increasingly changing in the fastest pace that we've seen any other scientific development. So of course, many of the questions have to do with, okay, what's coming next? What is this looking? How are we looking at this in 5-10 years? And the question of the natural resources and the natural impact that for many countries in the global South are directly impacting the living conditions of communities. This is not just for AI, of course, but it's a region of the world that has this relationship with its natural resources. in any aspect, and this is the hot topic of the day. Do you have a take on how this AI development in the present one and in the coming years, how does that relate to the need to also foster policies and infrastructure that take care of a sustainable development in terms of the climate crisis that we're facing?
First, you need to use these SDG policies or goals to regulate the directions of the development of AI and applications, not on the opposite. You should not let the technology to control your development. You need to use a strategic development, sustainable development goals to regulate the path or the directions of where the technology is used, applied, and developed. So you need to put this relationship correctly. And then it means the development of AI can providing you a very powerful tools. Those tools can help you to make a more efficiency use your digitalized information and the data and transform it into a kind of very valuable strategic resources in this digitalized age, just like oils in the industrial ages. And if you look at the African continent, the African Union has their 2020 digital transformation strategic or something like that. During that strategic books, they have a very clear understanding. They need to make effective control and the regulation and the governance of their own raw data resources. But they also will list those shortcomings or the main challenges. They have challenges on a very weak infrastructures. They don't have enough capacities on the technological aspect to ensure the effective control and the use of these data resources. And then the possible strategy is to finding out reliable strategic partners which can providing you strategic support on that aspect. So to the Latin American countries or the global South countries in a more general ways, it's kind of options. You need to make a choice. The first, you make a clear decision whether or not you want to take these advantages. This advantage means the development of this AI. Nowadays, we find out the breakthrough of AI represented by the large language models. This will become a strategic chance for all global South countries. If you can got empowerment of these AI applications, your economic development, social governance, and the living standard can hugely improve if you do it correctly. And the second, you need to take advantage of the changing of the guiding principles of global communities, especially in the UN framework. Nowadays, in the UN framework, though we have lots of challenges, but generally speaking, people still believe, and especially the US General Secretary, he wants to push forward the AI governance in a way that is very friendly and inclusive and equally to global South countries, which means the global South countries should not be left up on the AI governance or the AI development. And then the UN can put some ethnical requirement to those developed countries because it's your duties, something you like your delegations to help or to ensure that the AI is not a kind of very expensive toys for a very limited VIP clubs. Those global South countries, they have their own rights to equally access to these technologies, to these applications, and got benefit during that process. And I have to say China maybe is one of the best options while the global South countries think about the development of their own AI capacities, because The number one reason is China is a very reliable friend, which means to the global South countries, China willingly to providing the assistance on the development of your own AI capacities without any preconditions, especially comparing to United States. There's a very famous videos you can find on the YouTube. Altman, the founding man and the chairman of the OpenAI, visit India, I think in the year 2023 or 22, just a year before China released the DeepSeek. At that time, the ChatGPT is the only options, the only examples of the latest development of the LLM. During that visit, there's an Indian scientist asked Altman whether is it possible for India to have its own LLM by investment, for example, 10 million US dollars, and while at the same time you have about 30 to 40 India scientists, very smart people on AI technologies and data issues. The answer of Altman is, please don't talk about LLM if your investment is less than $10 million. It's sending a very clear signals that this LLM, this ChatGPT, is monopolized by this OpenAI. It's a very expensive and exclusive toys. You are not inside these curves. While when the DeepSeek released, one of the shocking wave is it can train these huge models in a relatively lower cost, which can afford by countries like India or those global South countries. And we're providing a very resources friendly options to develop this AI by maybe most of these global South countries. And also, I can say very clearly, Chinese government are preparing to providing any kind of assistance for such kind of development, for such kind of requirement. You can dialogue, you can find out those strategic programs inside the One Road, One Belt initiatives in these years, in the future years, in the coming 3, 5, or 10 years. Chinese government are very willingly to help the global South countries to have their own AI centers, or such kind of AI centers maybe not only serve for one countries, it can become a regional AI centers. These regional AI centers can make contribution for those countries to live in the sub-regions, maybe not only one countries, but 5 or 10 countries. Like to the Latin Americans, we can set up 2, 3, or 4 regional AI centers located in countries big enough to afford the power grids or those infrastructure requirement, but the information and the data can be transferred through the network across the region borders. Because inside China, we launch a test. We transfer the data located in our east part and transfer it to the western part. In the Xinjiang province, we have huge amount of computing centers there. We name it a 东数西算, which means the data from the east to computer in the west. That means then that's the internet works. You transfer data in these networks, and then you got those comparative advantages. Inside China, the east part represent those relatively economic developed regions. The west part represent those economic and technically lower, relatively lower developed regions. We also understand if we invest AI too much on east part of China, that will lead into internal gaps between the rich and poor regions inside China. That's why China very sensitive for those requirements from the global South countries to develop their own AI infrastructures, their programs, or their applications, because we believe such kind of inclusive development is very important, not only for these countries, but also for AI itself. Because unless we're doing AI development in that way, which means in an inclusive ways, we cannot ensure the AI development will do benefit for all human beings. Because the most populations in the world, they're located in the global south. It's kind of ethnical and even, you can say, a kind of international normative delegations to ensure that the most part of the human societies should got benefit from the development of the AI in a more general ways.
So many powerful images. I was just resonating so much with this idea of not letting AI become a very expensive toy for just a few. And this last notion of thinking of an inclusive development of AI as the path to go. Of course, from a Latin American perspective, a lot of what you were saying is some of what the experts on the field from this region are thinking about. There are actually some projects that are ongoing at this moment thinking of building on a regional platform the possibility of a model that starts gathering that data from a local perspective. Because of course, one of the things that is happening is that we are taking and applying a lot of the models that have been built on data widely collected on other regions of the world, other languages, other perspectives and cultural parameters. So some of those projects are already ongoing. I imagine there is much to think about in terms of what you were saying, building on already available technology and those kinds of AI technology that allows for global South countries to take on that base and then build on that at a regional level, not maybe just one nation at a time, but maybe in a collaboration of Latin American countries as it is happening. There's an ongoing project based in Chile, actually, at this moment, looking into this perspective. And that idea of inclusive development of AI, I think, is a good one to start wrapping up this conversation. You were saying this development could lead to the development and better living conditions for humanity if it's done correctly. So let's hope that it is. Gathering from what you were saying, it's so important to think of the power of delegations, the governments that need to speak up on the sovereign interests of this global South countries, being at a national or a regional level, and being able to put on the table our own needs in this development. So I think maybe there's going to be a key around there. Thank you so much, Professor Shen, for this conversation, for your insights, and for continuing this ongoing process of understanding the process of AI at this moment.
Okay, thank you very much. It's also my great honors to join these programs and to sharing you with my point on this AI governance, and which futures we have more discussion on those AI governance, cybersecurity, and geopolitical affairs in more general ways.
We'll definitely have to. Thank you so much again, Professor Shan. And well, the world and the current state of the world is actually calling for us to continue having this conversation. So we will make a point of continuing that ongoing dialogue. Thank you so much. And that was all for this new episode of Overlap. So keep joining us for these conversations from across the world.
Thank you. That's also my great pleasure to dialogue with you. Bye.
Our planet is full of natural paradises that beautify the environment and invite us to protect it from the threats that lurk around it. Unknown wonders that await to be discovered by you. Join us to tour the world from a touristic perspective. Let us move towards a new green destination every Wednesday, only on Telesur.
what is happening in China. Everything you want to know about current affairs, politics, economy, culture, and technology, summed up in a single program. China Now by Telesur.
En el corazón de cada país laten las historias que cuentan sus pueblos desde tiempos inmemoriales. Un abanico de costumbres y tradiciones, música, pintura, literatura, teatro, escultura, cine y arte popular. Nos permite conocer la riqueza cultural que nos rodea y que es importante preservar. Acompáñanos en un recorrido alrededor del mundo en Vidas. Todos los viernes por Telesur.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan allá arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Pueblo latino, vamos para adelante, tumbando fronteras, somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países digan presente. Venezuela y Cuba presente. Nicaragua, Honduras presente. El Caribe entero. América, América, se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla, no se detiene. América, 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 se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla.
Soy Pacatari, soy güey del puro, 5 siglos resistiendo el atropello y el abuso. El avia ya la reflorece junto al alba, sin un solo continente porque rayos nos separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla. México y Bolivia, Puerto Rico libre. Todo el continente latino.
Millones se forjan nuevos caminos con la esperanza de un futuro mejor. Cruzan líneas imaginarias hacia lo desconocido. Conozcamos las historias de quienes viven entre fronteras. Todos los jueves, solo por Telesur.
Our planet is full of natural paradises that beautify the environment and invite us to protect it from the threats that lurk around it. Unknown wonders that await to be discovered by you. Join us to tour the world from a touristic perspective. Let us move towards a new green destination every Wednesday, only on Telesur.
Identificamos cada pieza de nuestra geografía en el radar con una lectura geopolítica. Y es que hay procesos que impactan en medio de la construcción de un mundo pluripolar. La nueva era de las relaciones económicas, sociales y culturales está marcando esta nueva hoja de ruta. A través del análisis vamos a encontrar el vector clave de cada proceso. El mapa, de lunes a viernes, solo por Telesur.
We share your feelings. Accept Telesur, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
In Venezuela, President Nicolás Maduro reaffirmed his government's commitment to sovereignty and regional integration during the closing ceremony of the Greater Caribbean Parliamentarians Meeting for Peace. China urged the United States to lift its criminal blockade and sanctions against Cuba following the vote on a resolution condemning the unilateral measures. In Palestine, the Israeli regime once again violated the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, killing Palestinian civilians in a bombing raid. Hello, welcome to From the South. I'm Luis Alberto Matos from the DILLS studios in Havana, Cuba. We begin with the news. In Venezuela, President Nicolás Maduro reaffirmed his government's commitment to sovereignty and regional integration during the closing ceremony of the Greater Caribbean Parliamentarians Meeting for Peace. During the event, the head of state emphasized that the United States wants to impose a permanent agenda of war and military threats and psychological warfare in the country. For this reason, he called on the Venezuelan people to have nerves of steel. Furthermore, the president affirmed with absolute conviction that the Venezuelan people will continue to live in peace with a victorious spirit and in the construction of their own democratic model based on full liberties. On the other hand, the president invited the Caribbean parliamentarians to accompany the Venezuelan people to the more than 5,000 popular assemblies that will be held on the 1st and 2nd of November 2025 to prepare the projects that will be chosen during the 4th National Popular Consultation in Venezuela, which will take place on November 23rd.
Ellos siempre, los supremacistas imperiales, son los buenos.
They always say that imperial supremacists are the good guys, that they come to save us and bring democracy. Guatemala knows well how they brought democracy in 1954. Brazil knows well in 1964.
Bien lo sabe el Brasil, del gran João Goulart, 1964. La democracia que llevaron durante 20 años al Brasil.
The democracy they brought to Brazil for 20 years. Chile knows it well from Salvador Allende in 1973. The Dominican Republic knows it well from 1966. And the great Juan Bosch, Latin America knows it well.
Bien lo sabe Granada y Maurice Bichot, nuestro gran Maurice Bichot. Bastante democracia que llevaron.
Grenada doesn't know it well. They brought quite a lot of democracy. Haiti knows this well. Martyr. Our martyr Haiti, dismembered by more than 10 U.S. military interventions over the course of 100 years.
Intervenciones militares gringas a lo largo de 100 años.
The Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro emphasized that the distorted narrative of the United States about Venezuela is full of lies and false claims intended to deceive the sovereign peoples of the Caribbean.
Entonces esa película. Hoy el mundo no acepta.
Then there's that movie. Today, the world doesn't accept those movies from the worst of Hollywood. After all, Hollywood also has great actors and actresses, great producers, directors, and great movies. It's not the time to talk about cinema, but we could have a long conversation about Hollywood's contribution to universal culture, acting, and true cinema.
Nos quieren imponer un relato, una narrativa. Hoy han elegido una narrativa absolutamente extravagante.
But they always want to impose a narrative. Today, they've chosen an absolutely extravagant narrative. I always try to discuss with my colleagues which concepts and words best describe each moment we have experienced. I can say that the narrative chosen by the U.S. government against Venezuela,
el poder estadounidense contra la Venezuela digna, pacífica y bolivariana es una narrativa extravagante.
a dignified, peaceful and Bolivarian country, is extravagant, false and defamatory of the dignity of a decent, hard-working people who have achieved great things for their country, despite sanctions, and all the pressure that we have all come to know over the years.
Today, Venezuelan Foreign Minister Ivan Hill warned of the negative consequences a U.S. military intervention would have for the countries of the region.
La desestabilización de
the destabilization of this area, which we declared a zone of peace in 2014,
de las consecuencias que pudiéramos vivir si una intervención militar se decidiera.
is perhaps the first of the consequences we could face if the United States or this government in the United States were to irresponsibly decide on military intervention. And it would not be Venezuela that would pay the most regrettable consequences of such an intervention. We are talking about neighboring countries: Colombia, the Caribbean, Brazil, Guyana itself, Trinidad and Tobago, whose prime minister threatens us and has taken a position of constant war against Venezuela, even against her own people, would suffer the most tragic consequences of any intervention.
The Vice President of the National Assembly of Cuba, Ana Maria Mari Machado, urged the U.S. Congress to demand that President Trump cease the threat in the Caribbean, appealing to the peaceful nature of the region.
We want to make a special appeal from this forum and from national parliaments to the U.S. Congress and Senate, and in fact, with the presence of our media we are already doing so. A call to the U.S. congresspersons and senators to demand an end to the threats, the aggression, and the deliberate provocations of their government against our peoples. We do not want aggression or threats from the United States government. We do not deserve it. Our peoples want peace.
And Venezuelan government requested the Supreme Court of Justice Friday to revoke the citizenship of far-right leader John Goycochea. In a statement, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Justice and Peace said that the request responds to Goycochea's call for a foreign military invasion against Venezuela and the occupation of its territory. The Foreign Ministry and the Administrative Service for Identification, Migration and Foreigners will proceed to eliminate all documentation that identifies the far-right activist as Venezuelan. Goycochea is accused of persecuting and exterminating officials of the various security forces of the National Armed Forces, as well as of carrying out mass murders of Venezuelans. We're going to take our first break coming up. Don't go away. Welcome back. U.S. President Donald Trump denied allegations of an imminent attack on Venezuela, which had been published by some U.S. media outlets. After some U.S. outlets reported on alleged military preparations against the Latin American state, Trump stated that he was not considering attacks on Venezuela. Statements to the press were made on board the Air Force One following the question which sought to confirm the rumors. In addition, White House spokesperson Anna Kelly stated to the press that unnamed sources didn't know what they are talking about. discrediting the outlets which had published the alleged presidential decision. For its part, Venezuela insists that the constant threats are part of the psychological war waged on the country as a form of pressure.
Reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
For his part, Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Denis Moncada emphasized that the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean are threatened by the siege of U.S. imperialism.
Definitely, they are going to use psychological terrorism. They have already used it, and continue to use it. They use lies, they use falsehoods, they use deceit. The people are clear that their future lies in their progress, their advancement, peace with dignity for the Venezuelan people, and the peoples of Latin America, and the Caribbean, who are threatened and attacked by U.S. imperialism.
Colombian Senator Gloria Flores highlighted that Venezuela is a zone of peace, despite the fact that destabilizing groups want to sow fear.
It's an absurd psychological war, because what we were doing was having a debate, reflecting on what is happening, but we are in Venezuela, a wonderful country where peace, tranquility, and the confidence of the people reign. I mean, in my country, all of this would have been filled with the army, tanks in the streets, but not here. You don't feel there is any fear, so, if they want to spread fear, there is no fear here.
Venezuela has spoken out following the recent condemnation by the High Commissioner for Human Rights from the UN to the military attacks of the United States in the Caribbean. Venezuelan Foreign Minister Ivan Hill published on digital networks. Venezuela welcomes the fact that from this platform, responsibility has been taken to reject these military escalations and unjustified aggressions, as well as violations of international law and extrajudicial killings, as recognized by UN experts. Venezuela will begin by urging the entire United Nations system to use all the capabilities that the peoples of the world have entrusted to it to defend the peace and sovereignty of all nations, especially in relation to the Zone of Peace for the Caribbean region, declared in 2014 by CELAC. And during the closing ceremony of the first International Space Congress, China reaffirmed its commitment to the advancing scientific and technological cooperation with Venezuela. The Chinese representative, Cui Yufu, stated that Venezuela plays a key role in global space initiatives. Cui Yufu also highlighted the value and significance of the Antonio José de Sucre satellite built in Beijing and launched in 2017 to enhance planning, disaster management, and security in Venezuela. In this scenario, Beijing and Caracas reaffirmed their commitment to strengthen their scientific and technological ties.
Con el apoyo del presidente hemos trabajado en migración.
With the support of the president, we have developed the high-quality Sucre satellite, and with his continued backing, we will be able to maintain this scientific cooperation between China and Venezuela. I hope to continue as project manager when we build our future satellite. In this collaboration between Venezuela and China, Venezuela will play a significant role on the global stage.
Muy importante en el escenario mundial.
The Chinese government urged the United States to lift its criminal blockade and sanctions against Cuba following the vote on a resolution condemning the unilateral measures on the island. The spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, Guo Jiakun, said that the resolution passed by the United Nations General Assembly reflects international condemnation of Washington's unilateral coercive measures against Havana. In this regard, he called on the U.S. administration to respond to the international community's request. Beijing remains committed to the defense of international justice and firmly supports the Cuban people and is in opposition to foreign interference. We now have our second break coming up. Before we invite you to visit our Facebook page at Telesol English, there you'll be able to watch our top stories, special live coverage, and much more. Follow our page and activate the notification button to stay up to date on the world's most important. The final break, don't go away. Welcome back. Cuban authorities announced a rescue of more than 100 people trapped due to flooding caused by Hurricane Melissa. Emergency teams in Urbano Norris municipality in the province of Holguin reported the rescue of 29 people, including one person with a disability and 8 children. A total of 94 people are still in the flooded area and will be evacuated by helicopter. In addition, local media reported that nearly 91 people were rescued after being trapped in flooded localities due to rising rivers in the provinces of Holguin and Granma. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel stated that inspection teams are already deployed to assess the damage caused by the hurricane.
Y lo que hemos visto es que se ha trabajado un buen trabajo en cada una de las fases.
And what we have seen is that good work has been done in each of the phases, but you have already been moving forward with the organization of the recovery phases. They are already in the recovery phase since noon. The recovery phase was set in the province. We have seen first the assessment of the damage. The situation in each one is more complicated than in the provincial capital, but here we see that there is a working environment of organization. We see that the neighbors themselves in the blocks have been collecting part of the damage, and that is one of the first tasks, cleaning up, removing the ugliness left by the hurricane. I think they are in good condition. They did a very good job, but here in the capital city, we have to look at all the municipalities with an intense working day between today, the weekend, and Sunday.
In Mexico, farmers expressed concern about the harvest of the traditional flower of the Day of the Dead in the face of climate change. For years on end, heavy rains, floods, and drought related to climate change have devastated the flower crops in the area of Xochimilco, south of Mexico City. The traditional cempasúchil, or marigold flower, is used on the Day of the Dead in Mexico, covering altars and cemeteries, guiding the souls of the dead to their living family members during the first 2 days of November. The agricultural sector continues to work to preserve native seeds, which, together with specialized scientists, seek to generate genetic diversity in the hopes that these hardier strains can help farmers rebuild crops and protect Mexico's iconic bloom from the growing impacts of climate change. Once again violates the ceasefire agreement in the Gaza Strip, killing Palestinian civilians in a bombing raid. According to health authorities, a young man died when Israeli forces bombed his home east of Han Yunis, while another died from injuries sustained in an Israeli airstrike. In addition, the authorities announced the death of a citizen and the injuries of his brother from bullets fired by the occupation forces east of Gaza City, bringing the death toll to 3. The Zionist army carried out demolition operations in citizens' homes east of Gaza City and Han Yunis, where explosions were also heard. And Israel released and handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross about 30 Palestinian bodies with signs of torture. Medical sources in the Gaza Strip reported that the bodies were delivered by the Israeli occupation through the Red Cross. They also stated that this is the 5th batch of Palestinian bodies released since the ceasefire came into effect on October 11, 2025. Moreover, they asserted that most of the bodies showed signs of torture, such as burns and execution, and some even had their hands tied and their eyes blindfolded. Others were unrecognizable. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East is displaced. Well, like this, we have come to the end of this news brief. You can find these and many other stories on our website at telestorenglish.net. So join us on social media, Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. For Telestor English, I'm Luis Alberto Matos. Thank you for watching.
La cara más visible del neoliberalismo son las privatizaciones, la pobreza, la corrupción y la represión. Pero uno de los mayores peligros de este modelo, y que suele pasar inadvertido, es que literalmente se metió debajo de nuestra piel y trastocó casi todos los ámbitos de nuestra vida cotidiana.
Entrevista 2, toma 1, entra rollo 3. ¿Listo? ¿Corriendo?
Cuando quieras, John.
¿No me hacen conteo ni nada?
No, no es necesario.
Vamos.
El neoliberalismo afecta una suerte de conciencia en la cual el ser colectivo se ve trastocado por ambiciones individuales, ¿no? Porque hay que tomar en cuenta que el neoliberalismo no solo es un sistema económico, sino que viene acompañado de toda una narrativa. Y esa narrativa te dice, tú puedes, eres tú, luego tú, luego tú, luego tú, y solo tú. Y no te dicen nada con respecto de que lo que hagas tú puede beneficiar o puede perjudicar al otro.
Porque el neoliberalismo tiene una mercancía ideológica a la que yo le llamo echaleganismo. El echaleganismo es una patraña que dice, no importa de dónde trabajas, el capitalismo neoliberal te da todas las ventajas para que tú puedes ser Carlos Slim si le echas ganas. Porque además se mide el éxito con un solo parámetro, el dinero. Entonces, en realidad son admiradores del Chapo Guzmán y del Mayo Zambada, porque el parámetro del éxito es el dinero. No importa su solvencia o insolvencia moral, tú puedes tener éxito, vengas de donde vengas, si le echas ganas. Esto omite, por ejemplo, que México es el país de la OCDE con menor movilidad social de todos. Eso quiere decir que si naces en extrema pobreza, tienes más del 99% de probabilidades de quedarte en extrema pobreza. Si naces en la pobreza, tienes más del 90% de probabilidades de seguir siendo pobre. Y cuando hay alguna excepción, que las hay, la muestran como si la excepción fuera la regla, y es una patraña.
Bueno, mi papá compró el puesto en 1977. Mi papá traía como más de 100 periódicos al día más. Ya con el internet yo ya traía 20 periódicos. En total 2 de cada uno así. Y ahorita pues no estoy trayendo ni uno. Nos ha quitado mucha venta de periódicos, revistas. Así que la gente ya prefiere consultarlo por internet.
Oiga, ¿cómo le podría echar más ganitas para que saliera más dinero? ¿Usted cree que se puede?
Que la gente comprara el periódico.
No, pero eso no depende de usted, algo que pueda hacer
usted. Pues ahora sí, como dicen, la inversión está ahí.
¿Y si le echaran más ganitas no podría ser mejor negocio?
Más ganitas como que le echamos muchas ganas. La verdad le echamos muchas ganas.
Siempre, claro.
De venir hasta allá y llegamos bien temprano. Nos levantamos bien temprano y le echamos muchas ganas, ¿no?
No es que uno no le quiera echar ganas, sino ya hay mucho transporte que es ilegal, ¿no? Entonces, todo aunque le quieras echar ganas, yo de hecho lo trabajo el taxi y cuando empecé a trabajar estaba muy bien, ¿no? Pero ahorita ya no es redituable, la verdad es que por la competencia que hay tan desleal, ¿no?
Lo primero es entender, el neoliberalismo es una doctrina, no es un modelo económico, no es una política coyuntural. A lo que asistimos es a una reconfiguración histórica del capital, una gran transformación que modifica las relaciones sociales, reconfigura las formas políticas, los entramados culturales, las subjetividades. Y ese proceso, primero, es un proceso que supone una recomposición de las relaciones laborales en los procesos productivos, una un nuevo ciclo de acumulación por despojo y, algo que es inédito en esta gran transformación, la colonización de procesos naturales de reproducción de la vida animal, vegetal y humana.
Que son los bienes naturales de la vida, el agua, el aire, la biodiversidad, los bienes culturales. Entonces, esa parte que tiene que ver con este afán de apoderarse de cualquier riqueza y cualquier bien, privatizarlo y entonces controlarlo los grandes dueños del dinero, implica también esa descomposición en la medida en que hay necesidades que cumplir y están dispuestos a entrar en negocios ilícitos, la gente por necesidad, ¿no? Pero hay otras relaciones interpersonales que se descomponen cuando uno de los valores centrales es el individualismo.
Seamos la mejor versión de lo que podemos ser. Este año celebramos nuestro bicentenario. Que sea una fuente de inspiración para convertirnos en una mejor nación. Una mejor nación está hecha de mejores individuos. Es hora de romper nuestras inercias y evolucionar.
En el año 2010, el neoliberalismo estaba de fiesta en México. La celebración simultánea del centenario de la Revolución y del bicentenario de la Independencia fue vista por el gobierno, los medios de comunicación y los grandes empresarios como la oportunidad perfecta para intentar poner de cabeza a nuestra historia nacional y cambiar de raíz nuestros valores colectivos.
En un contexto de una legitimidad en crisis, ¿no? Un gobierno de Felipe Calderón ya denunciado nacional e internacionalmente por su mal llamada guerra contra las drogas, que era realmente una guerra en contra de la población mexicana y que había generado un baño de sangre. Habían surgido movimientos muy fuertes, el movimiento por la paz de Javier Cecilia, el movimiento No Más Sangre de caricaturistas y académicos y escritores, y Calderón estaba con mucho miedo de que con esta celebración del centenario del bicentenario, la oposición de izquierda, progresista, iban a poder tomar estas banderas y resignificar y canalizar la relevancia histórica de la revolución y la independencia por la vía de la transformación social, ¿no? Sí, entonces Calderón recurre a sus amigos, sus aliados en los medios de comunicación y generan esta idea de la iniciativa México.
Olvidar el México que siempre espera lo peor y construir el México en el que cada quien trabaja por lo mejor. Es hora de darle vuelta a nuestra historia, pasar del México del sí se puede al México de ya se pudo.
No, sí, se genera mucha expectativa en torno al equipo mexicano, esa es la verdad, y de repente hay voces ahí que se salen de tono, ¿no? Y campeones, bueno, joder, pues México es lo que es.
Agregó 21 segundos y México está eliminado de la Copa del Mundo.
En estos meses mucha gente nos ha preguntado qué es Iniciativa México y es justo esto. Es reconocer a los ciudadanos que como nosotros padecen los graves problemas del país, pero que están haciendo algo por mejorar esta nación. Hoy le vamos a presentar a los 5 primeros proyectos finalistas. De todos ellos, esta noche usted va a decidir quién es la persona que más hace por nuestro México para que pase a la siguiente ronda y busque el apoyo, un apoyo de dinero, 2 millones de pesos para respaldar su esfuerzo. A lo largo del programa van a aparecer los textos, los teléfonos, los mensajes de texto y páginas.
¿De veras es esta su propuesta para el progreso del país? ¿Un reality show con todos los vicios del género? ¿Una competencia entre individuos para ver quién le echa más ganas y merece la benevolencia de los grandes empresarios y figuras públicas del México del Bicentenario? Todo ello acompañado, desde luego, por la debida dosis de chantaje emocional.
¿Qué desayunaste ayer?
Quelitas.
¿Y qué vas a comer hoy?
Quelitas.
¿Y qué vas a cenar?
Quelitas.
Hay gente que
no conoce lo que son los quelites, lo que son los berros. Son productos muy nutritivos, o sea, son productos muy nutritivos, muy mexicanos, muy de la tierra. Deberíamos de hacerle publicidad, pero a nuestros productos mexicanos, que la gente los conozca.
Muy bien, este es el quelite, mucha vitamina, contiene mucho hierro.
Y es lo que ha estado pasando últimamente en varias partes y en varias comunidades indígenas, ¿no? Ha sido algo que nos ha enseñado muchísimo la televisión, que si yo como este producto, automáticamente pertenezco a este grupo social. Entonces se ha ido perdiendo muchos productos mexicanos, muchos quelites.
Nos hacen de menos. En este caso se puede decir más nosotros que venimos de pueblo, nos tachan como de, ay, no sé, ¿cómo te puedo decir? Gente pobre, nos hacen el feo, pues.
En México no queremos reconocer el racismo y decimos, es clasista. No es clasista, no es racista, es clasista, ¿no? Y yo pienso que son dos caras de la misma moneda. El racismo, el clasismo, viene acompañado también, ¿no?, de una narrativa que efectivamente el neoliberalismo ha puesto todavía más en boga porque, como decíamos, el carácter individual del neoliberalismo te va haciendo cada vez menos colectivo y eso trae su propio discurso. Su propio discurso es los que tienen dinero no son morenos y eso es terrible.
Que se acentúa mucho más, definitivamente, pero de eso se encargan las televisoras, de enajenar y de idiotizar a la gente y decir, ay no, la gente blanquita, delgadita, es la más bonita y la otra naca, india mugrosa, ni la mires.
Habrá que enterrar al México de los complejos y alumbrar al México de los hombres y mujeres seguros de sí mismos. Es hora de darle vuelta a nuestra historia, pasar del México del sí se puede al México de ya se pudo.
Esto es México. Una estrella más del Bicentenario.
Cualquiera que conozca el México verdadero sabe que la manera en que éste se retrata en los medios hegemónicos contrasta absolutamente con la realidad.
A veces creemos, John, que los medios son voceros de los grandes intereses económicos. No son voceros, son parte integral de, por lo menos en este país.
Todo eso bombardeó a las conciencias, ¿no?, mexicanas y globales del mundo y fue abandonando cierto esquema de percepción de la realidad, de percepción de lo que debe ser el hombre, de lo que debe ser el individuo, a este esquema de individualismo exacerbado. Y pienso que ahí está la clave para comprender no el éxito, la eficacia del neoliberalismo, porque desde mi perspectiva es un modelo que ha entrado en crisis. Esto ha sido muy eficaz en cuanto a las narrativas mediáticas de las que se ha valido para promover un cierto modelo ideal de lo que debe ser el joven, de lo que debe ser una generación millennial, de lo que debe ser un individuo solamente preocupado por el cuidado de sí mismo, como dijera Michel Foucault, y preocupado solamente por lo que pueden decir sus compañeros en la clase, en la universidad, en la calle, pero ya no preocupados por sentimientos profundos del espacio público.
El neoliberalismo no se queda satisfecho solo con reformas económicas. También necesita controlar nuestros pensamientos y emociones y determinar nuestra manera de ver y existir en el mundo. Para entender mejor este proceso de manipulación de las conciencias, ayudan algunos conceptos claves como hegemonía, cultura política y sentido común, desarrollados por el filósofo italiano Antonio Gramsci.
Para Gramsci, el poder no se tiene que reducir necesariamente a una dominación de un grupo sobre el otro, sino que es algo mucho más complejo. El poder tiene que ver con la lucha por el reconocimiento, con la capacidad de dirección y la capacidad de liderazgo en una sociedad. Eso es la hegemonía.
Para Gramsci, la dominación del poderoso no se da únicamente a través del uso de la fuerza, sino también a través de la cultura, por medio del establecimiento de un discurso hegemónico que modifica el sentido común en una sociedad determinada. Para este autor y activista italiano, la lucha entre la clase dominante y las clases subalternas no solamente se desarrolla por medio de la disputa por el control sobre los medios de producción, también se manifiesta en el conjunto de aparatos ideológicos, culturales e institucionales que dan coherencia a un determinado sistema político y social o bloque histórico. Un bloque histórico es la articulación de diferentes grupos sociales para un fin común, que puede ser de dominación o, en su caso, de resistencia. Un equivalente contemporáneo sería el concepto de régimen político. Ahora bien, cada bloque histórico o régimen se mantiene y se fortalece a partir de la generación de su propio sentido común, que es lo que otorga un sentido supuestamente obvio o evidente a palabras tan polisémicas y en constante disputa como democracia, justicia, bienestar y paz. Por lo tanto, es este sentido común lo que determina la cultura política, y son los intelectuales orgánicos, periodistas, académicos, escritores o cualquier obrero de las palabras y las imágenes, quienes se encargan de instalar y consolidar la hegemonía del sentido común de un determinado bloque histórico, es decir, la cultura política de un régimen político específico. Hoy, precisamente, nos encontramos dentro de una importante coyuntura de disputa hegemónica, una lucha por el poder de la palabra entre la vieja cultura política elitista, racista e individualista del neoliberalismo y una nueva cultura política solidaria, humanista, de resistencia y participación que cuenta con profundas raíces históricas en México.
No es sinónimo simplemente de ideología dominante, no es sinónimo simplemente de consenso, sino con hegemonía lo que Gramsci trata de expresar es que una forma estatal supone la conformación de un marco común, material y significativo, en parte discursivo, sin el cual no puede establecerse una relación perdurable de mando-obediencia entre gobernantes y gobernados.
Para instalar el neoliberalismo no solo había que adueñarse de las políticas públicas, de los estados y todo lo que hemos hablado, sino que había que adueñarse de las universidades y de los medios de comunicación y de las narrativas, y que había que establecer una guerra implacable, ¿no?
Porque de otra forma, si fuera tan transparente a la gente que estas reformas neoliberales, privatizaciones, extracción de riqueza, fuera solamente para beneficiar al 1%, pues ¿qué haríamos los otros 99%? Pues levantaríamos en protesta, votaríamos en contra y no permitiríamos que esto ocurriría. Y de ahí viene lo que es el proyecto cultural del neoliberalismo, de moldear a nuestros ciudadanos para que aceptemos, ¿no?, de manera pasiva este atraco.
Para eso había que regular todo lo que se decía, los planes de estudio, los contenidos de los planes de estudio, la epistemología, las metodologías de razonamiento, los premios, todo, la fragmentación del salario, y había que promover la competencia.
Es el momento de la crisis del marxismo, por ejemplo, en las universidades, ¿no? Es decir, es el momento en que se niega todo eso, y en ese momento algunos de los que estaban involucrados en eso empezaban a decir, ay sí, pero Marx ya es del pasado, tenemos que empezar a pensar de otra manera. Yo sé que la realidad siempre hay que estarla mirando como es y no como la leyó alguien de hace un siglo, 2 siglos o lo que sea, pero las claves de entendimiento no necesariamente se modifican tanto, ¿no? Pero ellos rechazaban todo en bloque, o sea, había un cambio total. Digamos que es el momento en que de repente se cuestiona esto sin tener nada a cambio.
Ahora, lo que se hizo en materia de sentido común y de psicología social, pues fue igual. Y eso lo hicieron los medios de comunicación, lo hizo la televisión, lo hizo la radio, lo hizo el cine, bueno, fue una embestida cultural.
La implementación del proyecto cultural del neoliberalismo fue particularmente agresiva y brutal en México porque tuvo que enfrentarse con un adversario formidable: la profunda huella de la Revolución Mexicana en la identidad nacional. Los mexicanos y las mexicanas somos un pueblo crítico, participativo y rebelde que vemos con orgullo nuestro pasado de aguerridas luchas sociales, transformación política y resistencia popular.
Porque las revoluciones conmueven a la sociedad en su conjunto, y esa conmoción que implica que todo mundo participa, que todo mundo se siente involucrado, que da la vida por el proceso, esto genera un gran sentido de lo nacional popular. Esto es lo que ha pervivido en México pese a todo. Con todo que ya tenemos más de 100 años de distancia con la Revolución Mexicana.
La Constitución del 17 claramente es hija de la Revolución Mexicana y de las reivindicaciones de la Revolución Mexicana. La primera constitución social del mundo, la primera que dijo, bueno, no solamente existen derechos civiles y políticos, sino derechos económicos, sociales y culturales, fue la Constitución Mexicana. Entonces, de esto debemos estar muy orgullosos los mexicanos, pero no simplemente como un orgullo estéril o un orgullo retórico, sino debemos hacer honor a este constitucionalismo.
Los mexicanos, más que otros pueblos latinoamericanos, nos sentimos sujetos de derechos sociales. O sea, sentimos los mexicanos que tenemos derecho a la tierra, que tenemos derecho al trabajo, que tenemos derecho a la educación, que tenemos derecho a la salud, que son nuestras y que las conquistamos en una revolución. Los mexicanos conquistamos los derechos y nos sabemos que los tenemos y que son nuestros.
Pues yo creo que como ciudadanos tenemos todos los derechos.
Pues hemos ganado bastante, que no nos quieran quitar a los que sí tenemos un trabajo digno.
Es importante que pues cada uno de las personas que trabajamos pudiéramos tener esos derechos, ¿no?
Justo esta dignidad y fuerza interna tan característica de la población mexicana es lo que el neoliberalismo necesita combatir para poder avanzar. El sistema neoliberal requiere consumidores, no ciudadanos.
De eso se trata, porque en la medida que vaya más gente a comprar a las tiendas, a tomar algún servicio, en esa misma medida también la actividad económica en la tienda misma y la actividad económica de toda la cadena de proveeduría a esa tienda se va a impulsar, y con ello evidentemente habrá beneficios para todos.
Todos los días del año nos la pasamos queriendo cambiar. Cambiar la sala, el colchón, la tele, cambiar de traje, de zapatos, de refri, de lámparas. Bueno, de todo. Y casi siempre tenemos que dejarlo para después. Pero ahora todo tendrá para ti un buen fin. Del 18 al 21 de noviembre podrás comprar todo lo que siempre quisiste con los mejores descuentos del año. Sé parte del Buen Fin, el fin de semana más barato del año. El Buen Fin es una idea de Iniciativa México.
En lugar del 20 de noviembre, en el cual los mexicanos veíamos el desfile militar, las exhibiciones en la Ciudad de México y en muchas otras ciudades, ¿sí?, a la que acudíamos muchos disfrazados, los niños se disfrazaban y se ponían los bigotes de zapato y el sombrero zuliano. En lugar de este, que podría ser muy folclorizante, pero que estaba ahí y la gente lo celebraba, lo conmemoraba, se dejó de hacer para hacer una cosa a la que le llamaban el Buen Fin, es decir, ve y compra. Endeúdate, ¿sí?, y transformar el 20 de noviembre, la conmemoración del inicio de la Revolución Mexicana, en esta cosa, ¿no?
Vicente Fox, cuando llegó en 2000, recuerdo muy bien, en noviembre, justo antes de tomar posesión, anunció en televisión nacional que cada 20 de noviembre, en lugar de celebrar la Revolución Mexicana, se lo dijo, en lugar de celebrar la Revolución Mexicana, vamos a celebrar al Pacto Puebla-Panamá, que es su proyecto de desarrollo de maquiladoras absolutamente neoliberal en el sur de México. Y aquí Felipe Calderón pues, hace lo mismo, en lugar de la revolución vamos a celebrar las compras.
Oiga, ¿y usted qué piensa del Buen Fin, por ejemplo?
Ay, yo pienso que realmente eso no existe. Pienso que días antes inflan los precios para después rebajarlos ya cuando entra, y definitivamente yo pienso que no existe, que es una forma de estarnos viendo la cara y sacándonos nuestro dinero.
Oiga, ¿y usted no infló los precios para dar una promoción aquí del Buen Fin de 2 por 1?
No, solamente pague uno y le voló los dos, ¿no? O sea, solamente eso, no se puede.
Puro atole con el dedo, ¿no? no hay Buen Fin, ¿no? A final de cuentas, realmente no hay una promoción que digas, bueno, sí me bajaron el 50% la tele, ¿no? Lo único que hacen es que pagues con tarjeta y más meses, menos intereses, ¿no? Pero no le veo chiste yo al Buen Fin.
Pues realmente no tengo como una opinión adecuada sobre el Buen Fin, simplemente realmente nosotros no lo consideramos. No tenemos ni beneficio alguno sobre eso.
Pero ¿qué es para mí lo simbólico del Bicentenario? Lo simbólico del Bicentenario no es lo simbólico del Bicentenario, es el símbolo por excelencia del gobierno de Felipe Calderón. Es una cosa a la que los mexicanos le llamamos suave y crema, corruptódromo, estela de pus, monumento a la corrupción, sí, etcétera. Tiene varios otros nombres, pero me acuerdo de estos 4 ahorita. Y es extremadamente simbólica. Esa cosa la hacen enfrente de los edificios de las grandes corporaciones bancarias transnacionales, cada uno de los cuales mide 3 veces más y brilla 10 veces más que el corruptódromo ese, ¿no? Que la suave y crema. Nada más simbólico que eso para lo que querían hacer, ¿no?
O sea, si algo empuja el neoliberalismo es el consumo, ¿no? Porque para este sistema lo que genera un cambio, una mejoría o lo que eleva la economía es el consumo. ¿Pero el consumo de qué? De productos evidentemente de las grandes empresas, de los grandes países, de los grandes fabricantes, y van eliminando todo el pequeño consumo local que existía.
No, es la especie mexicana. Es nuestra especie propia, pero el domesticado, solo que la patente la tiene Estados Unidos. México no tiene derecho ni siquiera de incubarlos. O sea, si yo lo reproduzco en México, cometo un acto ilícito y me pueden demandar totalmente, aunque la especie era nuestra.
Pero eso sí es neoliberalismo puro, ¿no?
Total, absolutamente. Imagínate.
El mercado simplemente llegó con el logotipo de la Coca-Cola, ¿no? Llegó con el logotipo de las Sabritas y de las sopas Maruchan, ¿no? Que vinieron a devastar más la economía local, que vinieron a transformar hábitos alimenticios que ahora, pues muchos maestros, muchas gentes han muerto de diabetes.
Bienvenidos todos al centro comercial. Es tremendo sustituir un valor en una sociedad como la nuestra y lo podemos transformar quitados de la pena. Esta es la decadencia neoliberal de la que hemos hablado.
El neoliberalismo no fue una simple ocurrencia de un grupo de políticos malévolos, sino la culminación de un largo proceso histórico. Desde que Lázaro Cárdenas dejó la presidencia en 1940, las élites económicas y políticas se dieron inmediatamente a la tarea de destruir el legado de la Revolución Mexicana por todas las vías posibles. Durante la misma época, el mundo vivía grandes cambios que empoderaron a los Estados Unidos y su particular visión de desarrollo. Ya para los años 80 del siglo pasado, el neoliberalismo llegó a ser la ideología dominante en el mundo entero. Y el famoso consenso de Washington tuvo en México uno de sus campos de experimentación más crueles y agresivos.
La Revolución Mexicana tardó en configurar su identidad o establecer su proyecto en aproximadamente un periodo de 30 años, de 1910 a 1934, 1940. En el momento cardenista, que es el momento soberanista de mayor envergadura nacionalista, pues se logra estructurar ya un sistema político que va a dar una estabilidad política y económica al país durante un periodo aproximado de 30 o 35 años.
La propia Revolución Mexicana se vuelve un mito. Y digo mito no en sentido despectivo, entendido, además, como también lo entendía Gramsci, el mito entendido no como narración falsa, sino como una representación colectiva anclada en la experiencia, que se convierte en parte del entramado simbólico del Estado. Independientemente de la historia oficial que pone juntos a Carranza, a Madero, a Zapata y a Villa, cuando en realidad eran proyectos distintos, lo importante es que se vuelve mito porque recrea en la memoria colectiva una lucha revolucionaria en donde participaron ferrocarrileros, campesinos del norte, campesinos del sur, las adelitas, las mujeres, y digamos, por eso se vuelve mito la Revolución Mexicana, ¿no? Que la recupere la élite gobernante y la vuelva historia oficial, en realidad, contra lo que muchos piensan que es una imposición, yo creo que es un requerimiento de la legitimidad. Y si es un requerimiento de la legitimidad estatal es porque está en la memoria y en la experiencia de la gente y de las generaciones pasadas.
El partido de Calles era el Partido Nacional Revolucionario, un partido de cúpulas, de una mafia de mafias, y es el Partido de la Revolución Mexicana de Lázaro Cárdenas, creado en 1938, 15 días después de la expropiación petrolera, que se genera un partido de masas desde abajo, de organizaciones populares. Dura muy poco, es en 1946 que se crea el PRI, el Partido de la Revolución Institucionalizada. Desde ese mismo nombre queda claro de qué se trata. Ya no es de la revolución, sino es revolucionario. Es un adjetivo, no es de la revolución. Y es institucional, ¿no? Entonces este movimiento social de México, de la Revolución de México, se convierte en instituciones revolucionarias.
El cambio de nombre de Partido de la Revolución Mexicana a Partido Revolucionario Institucional en 1946 no es nada más un cambio de nombre. En la construcción del PRI hay cosas como el sometimiento directo de las organizaciones de masas al partido. El cambio a PRI lo que hace es estructuralmente subordinarlos al aparato del Estado y luego, de manera militar, cuando digo militar quiero decir exactamente eso, militares y policías asaltan los principales sindicatos, ¿sí? Entre 1947 y 1951.
Digamos, una transmutación del régimen, si bien siguen sus componentes institucionales, el partido del aparato estatal, la estructura corporativa, el presidencialismo, y sin embargo es vaciado el régimen de sus nutrientes vitales. ¿Por qué se reemplaza? Por intercambios de prebendas, por favores clientelares, la exaltación de la figura presidencial, la secrecía, el control corporativo, el charrismo es una expresión de esa mutación, lo intocable de la figura presidencial.
¿Qué genera la era del PRI para los mexicanos de a pie? ¿Por qué aparentemente no hay tanta oposición? Eso lo subrayo, aparentemente, porque nunca dejó de haber movimientos en contra del PRI. Este gobierno profundamente antidemocrático y muy represor genera, sin embargo, como está generando un desarrollo capitalista sostenido a ritmos de, en promedio, del 6% anual de crecimiento del PIB, de crecimiento demográfico, y también se está batiendo, está creciendo la salud pública de manera muy impresionante y la educación pública también. O sea, pasamos de un analfabetismo de 70% a un analfabetismo de menos del 20% durante ese periodo. La gente recibe cosas y los salarios reales de los ejidatarios en tierras productivas y de los obreros de la industria, digamos de la gran industria o de la mediana industria, tienen salarios dignos y condiciones de vida dignas. Y eso también es una característica del PRI, este crecimiento que también sostiene a amplias capas de la población que lo ven como resultado de la revolución. el PRI tiene un discurso histórico en el que se sigue presentando como hijo de la revolución y presenta estos logros paulatinos como fruto de la revolución. Y este discurso histórico es muy sólido y muy consistente y funciona durante toda la época priista.
Eran tiempos mejores, decía mi papá, porque se vendía el periódico, las tienditas iban bien, y aquí eran, por decir, hoteles. Era el Hotel Alameda, a mí me tocó conocerlo. El hotel era muy bonito, muy grande, y al principio pues sí, venía mucha gente de fuera. Son los que nos compraban revistas de manualidades.
Mi esposo duró 40 años aquí haciendo calzado, y me tocaba ver cómo podía llegar un abuelito, ¿no? Y traer a su nieto, desde sus hijos a sus nietos, e inculcarles, por ejemplo, tiene que venir a asearse aquí con el señor bolero sus zapatos, porque eso va a hablar bien de ustedes, eso les va a dar personalidad.
Pero más allá de la fachada de prosperidad y el supuesto carácter revolucionario de los líderes políticos de aquel tiempo, en realidad ya se estaban sembrando las semillas del esquema neoliberal basado en prácticas de despojo, de privatización y de corrupción. La vieja clase política revolucionaria rápidamente sucumbía frente a las ambiciones económicas y empezaban a utilizar el poder del Estado para sus propios intereses. Esta nueva lógica del poder preparó el escenario para que después México fuera uno de los casos más emblemáticos en la aplicación del modelo neoliberal en el mundo.
Bueno, el neoliberalismo comienza a ser pensado, planeado en los años 40. Es un grupo de empresarios y de economistas y de intelectuales que los ha seguido Susan George y que los identifica como el grupo Mont Pelerin. Ahí estaba von Mises, ahí estaba Hayek, ¿no? Pero ellos no tienen posibilidad de intervenir realmente en la vida política hasta los años 70.
Proponen que el Estado sí intervenga en la economía, pero para favorecer a los sectores productivos, para proteger a las inversiones en el mercado interno y en el mercado global.
Así, la verdadera ideología es la de una élite que se considera merecedora de sus enormes privilegios y menosprecia y discrimina al pueblo. Y aunque presumen su supuesto compromiso con el libre mercado, en realidad estas élites requieren cada vez más de la fuerza del Estado para defender sus inversiones, mantener bajo control a la clase trabajadora y aumentar la explotación capitalista a su favor.
En 1946, con la llegada del gobierno de Miguel Alemán, se instalan varios de los actores y los procesos que después, con la llegada del neoliberalismo en pleno, serían los que comandan en el país.
Pero no solo es el sometimiento de las organizaciones de masas a la voluntad del Estado, sino que hay tres alianzas clave que genera el alemanismo, que es una alianza clave con la burguesía y muy particular y directamente con el Grupo Monterrey, el sector más rico, pero también más reaccionario de la burguesía mexicana, de que la política económica del régimen va a ser palomeada por ellos y de que los verdaderos beneficiarios de la política económica del régimen va a ser la gran burguesía mexicana. Y luego hay una segunda alianza central que marca toda la etapa del PRI de 47, cuando se hace la alianza, a 88, donde México estratégicamente va a jugar alineado a Estados Unidos durante la Guerra Fría, y eso provoca la expulsión de todos los comunistas y toda la izquierda radical que encabezaba Vicente Lomado Toledano del gobierno y su exclusión definitiva del grupo en el poder. Un elemento más, se detiene para todo fin práctico el reparto agrario de tierras productivas.
Se da un gobierno modelo del cacicazgo, es decir, cómo se ejerce el cacicazgo como un patrimonio familiar, ¿no? Es decir, los recursos públicos como parte de un patrimonio de un grupo político.
Cuando esta burguesía nacional beneficiada por el desarrollo estabilizador del sistema político emanado de la revolución, se da cuenta que para seguir con la profundización de la acumulación de sus intereses, el sistema político le resulta ya un estorbo, comienza a tratar de minar desde dentro el sistema político para acompañar a una fracción que pudiera ser más idónea para sus intereses, a pesar de que algunos de estos políticos todavía se sientan como nacionalistas revolucionarios, pero en los hechos ya estaban apostando por un proyecto de país completamente distinto al que se proyectó entre 1910 y 1934.
El paso definitivo hacia el neoliberalismo en el mundo se da durante los años 70 y 80 del siglo pasado. Fue una revancha de los grandes poderes económicos globales en contra del Estado benefactor que canalizaba recursos a los más vulnerables y también en contra del empoderamiento obrero que había acompañado los procesos de industrialización.
Y que, digamos, tiene sus primeros indicios, 1978, el viraje chino con Deng Xiaoping, 1979, el ascenso de Margaret Thatcher en Inglaterra y 1980, Reagan en Estados Unidos.
Y que en México va a tener, digamos, su correlato cuando en 82 entra Miguel de la Madrid y pone como secretario de Programación y Presupuesto a Carlos Salinas de Gortari, que va, digamos, a comenzar a formar todo su grupo compacto para preparar ya el asalto a la presidencia en 1988.
Se dice que después de la presidencia del general Lázaro Cárdenas hubo una traición a los principios de la revolución, pero claramente con el gobierno de la Madrid este proceso se aceleró.
El programa inmediato de reordenación económica constituye la respuesta para enfrentar la crisis y crear las condiciones mínimas para el funcionamiento normal de la economía. Las acciones en él se han precisado dirigidas a combatir la inflación y la inestabilidad cambiaria, a proteger el empleo, el consumo básico y la planta productiva, a mantener las fuentes de trabajo e impedir que se destruya lo que se ha creado con tanto esfuerzo. Ello nos llevará a recuperar la capacidad de crecimiento sobre bases diferentes.
Supuestamente para recuperar la economía, poder salir del enorme endeudamiento y de la misma corrupción del Estado de la época de Echeverría y López Portillo. Los líderes mexicanos pues aceptan estas recetas desde el Banco Mundial, desde el Fondo Monetario Internacional.
No permitiremos que el servicio de la deuda externa se convierta, una vez consolidado el proceso de ajuste, en factor inhibitorio del crecimiento y de la generación de empleo. Y encontraremos la forma para asegurar que el poder adquisitivo del salario se vaya incrementando gradualmente conforme avance la productividad. Crecimiento del empleo, con estabilidad de precios y con recuperación salarial, constituirá el marco general de la política social en los próximos años.
En su momento todos, cuando empezó el gobierno de Salinas de Gortari, por ejemplo, yo me acuerdo, los primeros 2 años todos estaban felices con Salinas de Gortari. Ya fue después cuando ya la devaluación del peso y todo eso que dejó muy mal al país. Pero al principio, o sea, había trabajo para todos.
Pues sí, algunos decían eso, otros decían lo contrario y al final una gran parte de la sociedad quedó inconforme. Es lo que sentíamos, ¿no?
Pues comienzan a establecer lazos con los organismos financieros internacionales, con la burguesía nacional financiera local, y comienzan a presionar y a establecer una lucha abierta, soterrada a veces, al interior del mismo sistema político, que termina desplazando al componente nacional popular de la Revolución Mexicana.
A que tomara ciertas decisiones que implicaran reducción en el gasto público, contención de la administración pública, y jurídicamente eso se manifestó pues con las privatizaciones que fueron muy abundantes en el gobierno de Salinas y en el gobierno de Zedillo.
Hemos puesto a la venta empresas de un Estado muy propietario para apoyar las obras de beneficio social que realiza un Estado cada vez más justo y solidario.
Y esta privatización no es a favor del mercado, sino a favor de los que compran. esas empresas estatales. Y en 88 es el momento en que realmente entramos de pleno en época neoliberal. Para mí es muy simbólico que sea justamente un fraude electoral el que introduce el neoliberalismo en pleno en nuestro país. El fraude de 88 es similar al golpe de Estado de 73 en Chile. O sea, el neoliberalismo entra por la sangre, por la fuerza. No es algo que la gente abraza y da la bienvenida. De hecho, en 88 el pueblo rechazaba esta neoliberalización y para poder imponerlo tenía que ser por medio del fraude. La privatización va de la mano con la represión, el control social, y esto es muy importante. El neoliberalismo también implica un aumento en el gasto público en los aparatos de represión.
Es decir, no es un proceso espontáneo, sino sostenido en la fuerza organizada del Estado contra lo que dice la doctrina neoliberal.
And I think this, by the way, is a very important thing to remember. That while neoliberalism, in a sense, became dominant in the United States and Britain through democratic kind of processes, and sort of described, in many parts of the world is imposed by violence.
De acuerdo con el académico británico David Harvey, esta es una de las grandes contradicciones de la teoría neoliberal. Por un lado, se habla de austeridad y de una desconfianza hacia el Estado, pero por el otro lado, se fortalecen las fuerzas coercitivas del mismo para defender la propiedad privada y los privilegios de los potentados. Mientras se van olvidando las ideas de igualdad, colectividad y solidaridad propias de la ideología supuestamente derrotada el 9 de noviembre de 1989, con la caída del muro de Berlín.
Después de la caída del muro de Berlín, el proceso político se divorcia del proceso civilizatorio y entonces lo que vamos a ver es que el proceso político va a ser para cosas pequeñas, pensar pequeño. Y por eso los políticos en el mundo hoy son mediocres, son pequeños, piensan pequeños, son mediocres.
Ahora todos creemos que el socialismo realmente existente está condenado a caer. No, en los años 80... Si tú ves la situación de 85, 86, 87, cualquiera de los dos superpotencias puede caerse en términos económicos. Se cayó la Unión Soviética, pero si hubiera aguantado 2 años más la Unión Soviética, se hubiera caído Estados Unidos, ¿no? Esta crisis económica mundial del capitalismo se refleja en México con mucha rudeza.
Por aquella época, autores como Francis Fukuyama promovían la idea de que con el colapso del comunismo realmente existente, habíamos llegado al fin de la historia. Un final supuestamente feliz en que el capitalismo finalmente rendiría sus verdaderos frutos y donde ya no habría necesidad de luchar por la justicia o la transformación social. Este discurso sería retomado y aprovechado por el neoliberalismo.
Es que no hay que darle la espalda al desarrollo. Con el Tratado de Libre Comercio podremos exportar productos tan buenos como esta crema. Imagínate, competir en el mercado más grande del mundo y demostrar frente a frente lo que somos.
A ver, la firma del TLC obedece claramente a la necesidad que tiene en ese momento Estados Unidos de confrontar con Europa. Europa unida, bien cohesionada, fuerte económicamente. Estados Unidos, por supuesto, con una presencia fuerte en el resto del mundo, pero que no se presentaba en las mismas condiciones. Entonces, requería también garantizar un mercado asegurado propio, que pues era el de América del Norte. Cuando uno dice un mercado, siempre piensa en para vender cosas, no, para extraer cosas. El campo mexicano articulado, integrado con grandes productores o distribuidores agrícolas de Estados Unidos, todos esos cambios formaban parte del Tratado de Libre Comercio. El petróleo de la región norteamericana pues era para Norteamérica, que somos los tres, pero son sobre todo ellos, que es mucho el petróleo que hay contando Canadá, Estados Unidos y México.
Si los 90 son el periodo, digamos, en que se firman tratados de libre comercio y se empiezan a extender por todos lados, con México a la cabeza, que no solo firma el Telecán con Estados Unidos y Canadá, sino que empieza a firmar tratados de libre comercio a diestra y siniestra. Es el país que más tratados de libre comercio firma de todo el planeta.
Nos decían, es que México ya firmó el Tratado de Libre Comercio y ahora ya todos podemos pues hacer negocios, ¿no? Dice, bueno, pero pues el problema del negocio no es que pues los ciudadanos estemos en esa lógica de la acumulación, sino que pues lo que queremos es justicia.
El neoliberalismo no hace crecer la economía, no hace empleo, no hace nada, crecer empleo, nada. Es un sistema que significa básicamente un proceso de transferencia de la riqueza de los pobres para los ricos. Es que es el neoliberalismo.
Nunca vi que la brecha entre pobres y ricos se estrechara, o sea, dejara de haber pues más pobres, ¿no? O sea, no, eso no ha pasado, esa promesa del neoliberalismo no ha llegado.
Según un estudio publicado en 2015 por la organización internacional Oxfam, México se encuentra entre los países más desiguales del mundo. Aquí, el 1% de la población de mayores ingresos acumula el 21% de los ingresos totales, la cifra más alta en el planeta. En contraste, en Argentina y los Estados Unidos, los más ricos reciben el 17% de los ingresos. En Portugal, 9.5%. En Dinamarca, 7%. Y en China, solo 6%. Los 4 mexicanos más ricos cuentan con una fortuna que equivale al 9% del Producto Interno Bruto. El estudio señala que con sus ingresos anuales, los 4 principales multimillonarios de México, Carlos Slim, Germán Larrea, Alberto Balleres y Ricardo Salinas Pliego, juntos podrían contratar hasta 3 millones de trabajadores mexicanos, pagándoles el equivalente a un salario mínimo sin perder un solo peso de su riqueza base total.
En el momento en que estas grandes empresas son dueñas, van a tener una injerencia política, no solamente económica, sino también política, y entonces también se pierde la soberanía, y estamos viendo cómo ha generado mucho más miseria, más desempleo, más violencia, más impunidad.
Realmente, pues no sabemos qué tanto se tuvo que mover ahí o qué pasó con la economía, que empezó a bajar mucho el trabajo.
Yo una vez oía que decían, el PRI sí roba, pero no te molesta, te deja robar. ¿No? O sea, y qué mentalidad tan mala, ¿no?
En este contexto, resultó natural que el partido oficial se acercara al Partido Acción Nacional, institución fundada en 1939 como oposición al cardenismo y la Revolución Mexicana, y que articulaba los intereses de la clase empresarial, con la que ahora el régimen político sellaba una nueva alianza.
Entonces, el simple hecho de que tuvimos una elección, una alternancia en el año 2000, que del PRI al PAN, no implicaba necesariamente que habíamos transitado hacia un nuevo sistema político. De hecho, no fue así, fue una continuidad. Así como en el sector económico se concentró el poder, en realidad, en el sector político también.
Entonces, despolitizan la política en realidad y la convierten en una mera farsa.
Están haciendo trabajos que ni siquiera los negros quieren hacer allá en Estados Unidos.
Y por lo que hemos trabajado en el año, claro que sí, muy satisfecho. Eso no se nos ha dado el crecimiento ni la generación de empleo.
Con Fox, por ejemplo, se incorpora este concepto de seguridad nacional que no existía en el derecho mexicano. Es una reforma constitucional de 2004. En 2005 se aprueba la Ley de Seguridad Nacional. Con Calderón, pues también ese esquema de seguridad se incrementa. México, el gobierno mexicano firma la iniciativa Mérida, donde México se compromete a recibir una serie de recursos económicos, de armamento, de equipo militar para combatir a las bandas del crimen organizado. Tiene como contraprestación que el gobierno mexicano en el periodo de Calderón pues se ve obligado a realizar determinadas reformas de carácter penal a las leyes de seguridad, pues para complacer las indicaciones del gobierno norteamericano con el que habíamos firmado la llamada Iniciativa Mérida.
Al darse cuenta de que el grueso de la población no se había dejado engañar por el cuento de la supuesta transición democrática, y con la urgencia de darle continuidad al proyecto neoliberal, Vicente Fox utiliza todo el aparato de Estado para imponer a su sucesor, mediante un nuevo fraude electoral.
Y si no se respeta el voto ciudadano, se está socavando las bases democráticas de la República y se está violando la Constitución. En otras palabras, con la decisión del Tribunal Electoral se definirá la profundidad y el rumbo de nuestro movimiento.
Desempeñar leal y patrióticamente.
La imposición profundizaría aún más el carácter represor y elitista del Estado y arrojaría al país a una profunda crisis de inseguridad.
Calderón, sobre todo, va a meterse en un terreno de privatización del que normalmente no se habla, que es la privatización de la policía, de los cuerpos de seguridad, de la construcción de las cárceles, todo lo que han privatizado en materia de seguridad pública y de infraestructuras de seguridad. Es muy, muy importante tenerlo en cuenta.
Así como hay una economía legal y una ilegal, hay una militarización que podríamos decir legal, o sea, una militarización institucional, y hay toda una parte que empieza a crecer ahí de manera muy importante, la privatización de la militarización, entonces con centros de producción de mercenarios, ¿no?
Ante la falta de legitimidad de Calderón, pues usó el ejército como para poder mostrar una política de combate al narcotráfico que al final, pues en verdad no hubo en el fondo un combate que desarraigara ese problema de la disputa por territorios de parte del narcotráfico.
El gobierno federal trabaja por tu seguridad y estos son los resultados. Sinaloa, el ejército localiza y asegura un invernadero con cultivo de marihuana. Michoacán, mediante un detector molecular se localizan y desmantelan 3 laboratorios de droga sintética. Guerrero, el ejército asegura 24 armas y más de 2,000 cartuchos. Baja California, en un operativo conjunto se captura a 3 presuntos secuestradores del cártel de Sinaloa. Con acciones como esta seguimos limpiando a México del crimen organizado.
Agáchese.
Hacemos un llamado a las autoridades del país, al presidente de la República, al Congreso de la Unión.
Recuerdo antes de Calderón que se hablaba de grupos de narcotraficantes, o sea, traficantes de drogas. Pero ahora, después de eso, se acuñó más el término de grupo criminal organizado, ¿no? Que ya no solo vive de traficar drogas, que vive del secuestro, que vive de la extorsión, que vive del robo. Ahí sí ya está canijo.
Quién sabe si sea cierto. El que en lugar de atacarlos, atacó a determinado grupo y al otro lo defendió.
Pero la consolidación del sistema neoliberal llegaría con el regreso triunfal del viejo partido oficial y la firma de lo que se llamó el Pacto por México, el cual pretendía acabar de una buena vez con toda la oposición partidista.
Peña Nieto toma posesión como presidente el 1 de diciembre y el primer acto de su gobierno, el 2 de diciembre de 2012, es la firma de este Pacto por México. Es un acuerdo político que firma el gobierno mexicano, Peña Nieto, y los dirigentes de los 3 en aquella época partidos más representativos, el PRI, el PAN y el PRD, junto con el gobierno de México. ¿Qué consiste el Pacto por México? Son 95 compromisos para realizar reformas constitucionales y legales en todos los ámbitos, en todo el entramado jurídico de nuestro país.
En materia energética, laboral, educativa, financiera, telecomunicaciones, todo era una imposición de la agenda neoliberal y con represión, con control social. Es en el sexenio de Peña Nieto que se multiplican los presos políticos, la represión a las movilizaciones, tienes una represión terrible en Nochistlán, Oaxaca, y una serie de represiones, por ejemplo, en el caso del gasolinazo, un levantamiento popular muy importante en contra del aumento del precio de la gasolina, y una represión terrible en su contra, una transformación de la política exterior con Luis Videgaray y con José Antonio Meade. México pierde su posición en el mundo como un líder de la autonomía y la soberanía nacional y se entrega totalmente a la política exterior de los Estados Unidos. Y además vivimos una degradación terrible de la política, una concentración del poder en cada vez menos manos y mayor corrupción y discrecionalidad en el ejercicio público del poder y del Estado mexicano.
Ya no podemos más con su neoliberalismo, ya no podemos más con esta crisis del sistema político, con esta barbarie, con esta corrupción y saqueo que está ocurriendo. No podemos más.
Y el caso de México es un referente de éxito que algunos otros países pretenden retomar para hacer los cambios estructurales que México sí logró concretar.
La resistencia al modelo neoliberal ha sido una constante en México. Si bien es cierto que el neoliberalismo se ha infiltrado como la humedad por todos los rincones de la vida social, política, económica y cultural del país, jamás pudo acabar con la esperanza, la solidaridad y el espíritu de lucha del pueblo mexicano. Fracasó la fantasía neoliberal de crear un nuevo ser mexicano, dócil, individualista, consumista y elitista, que permitiría el control social total. México sigue hoy de pie gracias a las resistencias, gracias a los mundos alternativos y las utopías prácticas que se construyen todos los días, desde lo local, lo regional y lo nacional.
Y la idea de que no hay un solo sistema mundo, sino que hay varios sistemas mundo, que son conviventes y que de algún modo han estado en pugna, en tensión. Entonces emerge con más fuerza la idea de que hay que explorar no solamente el capitalismo, sus modos y sus límites, sino también los de esos otros posibles sistemas mundo que están a sus lados, y pensar en que si hubo una vida antes del capitalismo, puede haber una vida después del capitalismo.
¿Cuáles son algunos de esas diamantes, joyas que todavía tenemos en México que podrían ser cimientos para construir un nuevo futuro?
Bueno, el primero y el más importante, los pueblos indígenas en México, que digamos es la fuente y la matriz permanente y la posibilidad de reconstrucción de una conciencia colectiva y de una forma de relación diferente con la naturaleza. Esto sigue siendo el mayor tesoro del país, que está no solo en los pueblos indígenas físicos. En la Ciudad de México viven 2 millones de indígenas, y eso está de manera no solo inmediata, clara, con indígenas que hablan su lengua. Puede estar presente como movimiento urbano popular, que viven de manera colectiva y que gestionan sus necesidades de manera colectiva.
Yo he visto en mi pueblo donde llega el personaje que fue encargado de ser el tesorero de la comunidad y dice, 1 de enero del 2019, 5 pesos para un lápiz, 7 pesos para una libreta, 80 pesos para el pago del alquiler de una silla, y se van día por día, hasta llegar a su momento de entrega. Y yo digo, híjole, Dios mío, ese proceso de transparencia en el cual la asamblea se vuelve una suerte de patíbulo, donde el ojo público, el escrutinio, ¿no?, está nunca mejor diseñado, ¿no?, porque es poner una suerte de lupa a un proceso público de toma de decisiones y de administración de los recursos, que creo que en relación a las políticas públicas del Estado habría que tomar ojo y conciencia de eso, porque a veces ciertas políticas públicas atentan contra esa conformación social que refuerza el sentido comunitario y el tejido social.
Aquí actualmente hay como 15 a 20 grupos musicales. Desde niños aprenden a tocar, a cantar, a bailar música de aquí. Y pues en otras estaciones de radio comerciales pues no les dan o no les daban la oportunidad. A veces vienen las señoras o los señores aquí a comentar sobre lo que hacen, lo transmitimos y eso les gusta, porque pues en otras radios o televisión pues no les dan ese derecho. Aunque sí tenemos derecho como pueblos indígenas, pero pues lamentablemente no se nos respeta.
¿Y tú crees que se podría decir que este tipo de proyectos comunitarios son de alguna manera o tienen implícita una postura política, una postura de resistencia, una postura de lucha?
Bueno, de resistencia y de lucha sí. Siempre hemos estado a favor de las luchas sociales aquí en Guerrero.
Nuestro país tiene una admirable tradición milenaria de lucha y resistencia contra la opresión y el saqueo, la impunidad y la corrupción, la injusticia y la desigualdad. Una y otra vez, el pueblo mexicano se ha levantado de manera heroica en momentos claves de la vida de nuestra nación, encontrando fuerza e inspiración en el sentido comunitario de los pueblos originarios y en los movimientos sociales.
En México somos muy críticos, muy rebeldes, ¿no? Casi que, no sé si por naturaleza, por tradición, por costumbre, ya no sé qué pensar acá, pero históricamente hemos sido rebeldes, nunca terminamos de darnos por vencidos.
Un pueblo sin universidad no puede subsistir. Aquí lo dijo el primer virrey y lo he de repetir. La ciencia es universal y debe de impartir.
El movimiento estudiantil fue una respuesta clara, consciente a las agresiones de los cuerpos represivos del gobierno. De ninguna otra manera los estudiantes nos hubiéramos lanzado a la calle a enfrentarnos a eso.
O sea, se recuperó con el 68. La comunidad que se hizo en 68 fue impresionante, ¿no? Porque eran comunidades urbanas de la ciudad, no eran comunidades indígenas, que estamos acostumbrados a que ellos sí tienen esa tradición. Bueno, aquí se hizo una comunidad de sentido, ¿no? En la que eras hermano de todos los que estaban ahí.
Ese proceso no ha concluido, porque hubo quien creyó que asesinando a los jóvenes en 68 acabarían con esa dignidad que hoy nos tiene aquí. Los jóvenes aquí reunidos, los jóvenes herederos del 68, ayer levantamos los escombros, hoy construimos una nueva universidad.
A pesar de la gran represión que hubo durante todos esos años, la resistencia se mantuvo viva entre movimientos estudiantiles, obreros, campesinos y magisteriales. Y en el contexto de la elección presidencial de 1988, la sociedad finalmente expresó un contundente "ya basta". Las agresivas políticas neoliberales de Miguel de la Madrid habían generado un enorme descontento, dando origen a un movimiento popular masivo a favor de la recuperación del legado de la Revolución Mexicana. Y esto se dio de la mano de este hombre, el ingeniero Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, hijo del general Lázaro Cárdenas del Río.
pues todo ello da origen a esta fractura al interior del PRI, la salida de la corriente democrática con Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, con Porfirio Muñoz Ledo y Ifigenia Martínez, y también con el actual presidente, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Es la lucha entre el nacionalismo revolucionario y entre la facción neoliberal que finalmente hace que salga esta corriente democrática simpatizante del nacionalismo revolucionario y que se una con otras organizaciones sociales, populares, con la izquierda partidista que se había desarrollado también en nuestro país, y que comienzan a conformar un movimiento político popular de carácter democrático.
En Estados Unidos los grandes constructores de esa nación son los grandes capitalistas, en México no. Y por esta historia de que pues estos en el momento decisivo se fueron del otro lado, exactamente, a Estados Unidos, en vez de jugársela con México y en estar en todas las contiendas. Ahí está muy claramente la diferencia de cuáles son los procesos sociales y la distinción entre un país con una revolución popular como la que nosotros tuvimos. Y vuelvo a ella porque creo que ha sido fundamento todavía del México que tenemos, y en donde esta fase neoliberal que vino a dar por terminada esa revolución.
El gobierno que termina ha centrado su acción consciente y sistemáticamente en socavar la obra de la Revolución Mexicana y destruir las resistencias nacionales y populares como parte de su proyecto político de insertar a nuestro país como dependiente de la poderosa economía de nuestro vecino del norte. Los grandes cambios democráticos, sin embargo, empiezan a darse. La gran movilización popular que sigue creciendo y los procesos de unificación de las fuerzas democráticas que se amplían y fortalecen son muestra de ello, como lo son la toma de conciencia y la decisión de participación en nuestro movimiento de un número cada vez mayor de ciudadanos en las partes más diversas del país.
Y estamos hablando de cosas gigantescas. Yo viví el 88 y recuerdo que fue otra cosa, o sea, fue una cosa descomunal. Entonces, ¿cómo siendo tan grande pudieron hacer un fraude, no?
Pero en verdad, una movilización auténtica, es decir, no había camionetas que estuvieran acarreando a la gente como siempre sucede. No había líderes que estuvieran pasando lista de quienes llegaban. No había tortas para poder repartirlas a los que llegaban al mitin. No. Era el indígena con su morral, ¿no? Con su calzón, su sombrero, monolingüe.
El domingo 6 de julio de 1988, las elecciones transcurrieron en calma. Hubo gran asistencia a las urnas. Los problemas empezaron después del cierre de las casillas de votación.
El anuncio anticipado de una supuesta victoria del partido oficial bajo estas condiciones, mucho antes de que haya culminado el proceso de cómputo y el de calificación, reafirma nuestras sospechas de que se está configurando un fraude de grandes proporciones.
Pero a pesar de que se consumaría la imposición, la cual colocaría a Carlos Salinas de Gortari en la presidencia de la República, el movimiento cardenista no se dio por vencido y nació el Partido de la Revolución Democrática, instituto político que mantuvo una fuerte oposición, por momentos heroica, frente al sistema neoliberal impuesto no solo por el PRI, sino también por el Partido Acción Nacional, que terminó por avalar abiertamente el fraude de 1988, aceptando que se destruyeran todas las evidencias del mismo.
La bancada panista acepta que se destruyan esos míticos documentos cállense, y que esos cientos de toneladas de papel se procesen, se reprocesen y se regeneren, como reclamamos que se regenere la vida pública de México.
Ahora bien, hay un autor clásico, Baruch Spinoza, cuyo análisis del uso del miedo y la esperanza para manipular a las masas durante el siglo XVII en Europa nos ayuda a entender los mecanismos de control social del neoliberalismo actual.
Spinoza habló que nosotros teníamos dos afectos o emociones. Una era miedo y la otra la esperanza, y que habría que haber un cierto equilibrio entre las dos. Porque si la gente tiene simplemente miedo, desiste. Y si tiene solamente esperanza, puede caer en voluntarismos suicidarios, ¿no?
Y para Spinoza, lo contrario al miedo, que identificaba como una pasión triste, es la pasión de la alegría, la pasión de la esperanza. La esperanza es una forma de la alegría, es una alegría intermitente porque no se está seguro si puede ser definitiva o puede acabar en algún momento, pero definitivamente es lo contrario a un afecto de tristeza que se identifica con el miedo y que si puede ser definitivo puede llevar justamente al colapso, a la parálisis.
Spinoza desarrolló su esquema cuando aún predominaba el poder político de la Iglesia y los reyes utilizaban la religión para controlar y manipular a la población por medio del miedo al infierno y la esperanza. Siempre y cuando obedezcamos los dictados del gran capital financiero e internacional. El sistema neoliberal simultáneamente inculca el miedo destructivo de nosotros mismos y una esperanza vacía y perversa de que un día llegaremos a dejar de ser lo que somos. Afortunadamente, las últimas décadas de luchas sociales y políticas en México han demostrado que esta narrativa hegemónica no es todopoderosa, que otros mundos son posibles.
Somos indígenas de la lengua tzotzil, orgullosamente zapatistas.
Una de estas alternativas surgió con fuerza durante la administración de Carlos Salinas, cuando un levantamiento armado en el sur del país puso en evidencia la gran desigualdad que había generado el proyecto neoliberal.
En el levantamiento zapatista se vuelven a construir comunidades de sentido muy fuertes, o sea, toda la gente estaba presente ahí y formaba parte, ¿no?
Los primeros recuerdos que tengo muy fuertes es cuando se creó el ZLN y pues yo preguntaba de qué se trataba estas personas, por qué luchaban, por qué querían generar un cambio radical político y pues mis papás con toda claridad me explicaban qué es lo que estaba sucediendo en México, las devaluaciones, justamente este ya sistema económico totalmente empoderado y ciertamente se iba hacia una clase política o clase económica.
Uno tiene que trabajar toda su vida para formar un modesto patrimonio. Ellos parece que no les basta acaparar y acaparar más y más riqueza. Nos hemos confundido con las ideas de la macroeconomía, con el neoliberalismo. Queremos una economía con rostro humano.
El cuestionamiento al neoliberalismo empezó a ser tan generalizado entre la población que hasta el Partido Acción Nacional se vio obligado a cuestionar este modelo. Aunque desde la distancia podría parecer hipocresía pura, la campaña de Vicente Fox se basó en un discurso antineoliberal en contra de la corrupción, la desigualdad y la impunidad. Y su victoria en el año 2000 respondió a la sed de la población por algo diferente, a favor de una transformación social y política después de 71 años de hegemonía unipartidista.
Cuando fue por primera vez el cambio con Fox, todos así como que un alivio de que ya va a haber un cambio, ¿no? Y pues no fue así.
Con Fox, que fue una oportunidad de cambio, que estaba reacio a ello, pues yo no vi que hubiera cambio alguno.
Ahora sí que dicen que el pan viene de puros empresarios, ¿no? Entonces, aquí el empresario, en lugar de querer ver el bienestar del trabajador, pues quiere explotarlo más, ¿no? Si por ellos fuera, yo creo que los ponían a trabajar las 24 horas.
Se les ha ayudado más a ellos y a nosotros, pues, nos ha ido perdiendo, pues, la plaza, la gente se va más para allá, para las grandes tiendas y eso.
Ante el poco arraigo que logró el primer gobierno panista, las miradas volvieron a la alternativa del ya consolidado.
All right, folks. So there have been some loud explosions in the sky over Trinidad and Tobago. People are panic buying at all of the stores down there. People are buying up food and gasoline left and right. The Night Stalkers are in Trinidad and Tobago now. The U.S. has landed C-17s and a variety of other aircraft down there tonight. The airport in Trinidad and Tobago is only bringing in one aircraft at a time, from what we understand. Also coming up 2 hours from now, or 3 hours from now, we are going to be doing a private stream for KLW World News members and for Coffee Club members. So if you want to watch that stream, I'm going to give you a link. You can go and sign up. It'll give you access to us for $10 a month. And you'll be able to watch the stream. We're going to take the flight simulator and we're going to fly from Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to fly around over Venezuela. We're going to show you all of the different facilities down there, where the troops are, where the Americans are. We're going to go and show you guys all kinds of stuff down there. It's going to be exclusively for KLW World News members and for Coffee Club members. And so let me put that link here in the chat for you guys. So there it is right there. And I'm going to pin that to the top. So if you want to see what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as in Venezuela, there is the place to go and sign up for that. So I'm going to be with you guys here for another 2 hours or so, and then we're going to shut this stream down, and then I'm going to do the live stream for KLW World News members and Coffee Club members, so that they can, so we can all see what's going on down there. I just spoke with one of our people down there, and it's getting pretty crazy. So we are going to keep a close eye on all of this. As you are seeing, aircraft out here are starting to disappear. And so this is what I said we should be watching for, is that aircraft around the northern side of Venezuela and along the island chain here to start disappearing. Got this aircraft that just took off. They are headed for Cancun, Mexico. And that is the last aircraft that we have down here. This one here has left out of Barbados. So it's turning into the all clear here. We can go to these different islands. We're going to go around along here, take a look. You know, and the interesting part here is, you know, the distance from Trinidad Tobago over to Venezuela is just a few miles across here. This is, you know, this country and this country here have a issue. Doesn't it look like that just broke off out of there and came out? See that right there? Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like that just broke off, moved right out there? Does to me anyway, but probably did. No, the stream isn't frozen. I'm watching it. Go up here, full screen. So, howdy, Al. See how fast it comes up here. No, it's not frozen. So, anyway, this is well, Al, you didn't have to miss me. You can join the network and see me every day. So, yeah, interesting. Wow, this guy just turned his transponder off. That's insane. Glad you like it, motorcycle. Or Motor City, I'm sorry. But the screen I'm reading is 6 feet from me. So I can show you that here. Because if I do this and I do this and then I do that, the screen you're on is down there. The screen that you're seeing up here, that's 75 inches across. From there to there is 75 inches. So that shows you how far back you are. That's at that 75-inch screen as well. That big. So, welcome. So anyway, I go to the link at the top of the chat. It's just $10 a month. Get signed up and buy me a coffee. We're going to do a private stream tonight for Buy Me a Coffee members and KLW World News members. It'll be in 4K. And you will be able to see, we're going to get into the flight simulator. You may not have seen our flight simulator. Let me see if I can get that up here. And I just loaded stuff today. So let me get this fired up here. So first thing I need is add-ons. Oops. Okay. Come on. You can do it. Okay. All right. So this is the add-ons. So we got aircraft and liveries. We need to go down here and turn on Venezuela. We need to make sure the U.S. is on. We're not flying in Ukraine. We don't need the terrain. We don't need Sweden. We're not flying to Russia. We're not going to Poland. We need to leave the large Earth mods on. We're not going to Iran. We're not going to Europe. We are leaving essentials on. We're not going to Belarus. And we have all of our aircraft liveries on. So we're going to make sure that they're all on. So we should be good to go there. Prepared to launch. Okay, and then not sure what happened there. Sorry, guys. I'll fix it for you. I promise. There you go. Glenn, they're moving in right now. There's already been explosions overhead, over top of the Trinidad and Tobago. So there's already been explosions in the sky, and U.S. military troops are already moving in. So there will be more coming on the way. But again, we're going to fly the sim here as soon as this loads. Probably what I'll do is I'll do it as a private stream right here. So your factory is about 40% Venezuelan. Their prejudice? Well, I can't help you there, buddy. I don't do prejudice. So to be able to go here, that'll put flight sim up there. Okay, I got an update to do. That's okay. You don't mind. And now that we have the high-speed card, again, this flight tonight coming up of the battle area over military bases, and we're going to show you Trinidad and Tobago and go all over there and show you their military facilities. We're going to fly over the terrain in Venezuela to show you where the troops are. It's going to be for Coffee Club members and KLW World News VIPs and above. So you can go to buymeacoffee.com/KLW News. The link is at the top of the chat. You can go there and sign up. It's just $10 a month. And anytime we go live, it gives you notifications that we're going live and where we are. And it gets you access to premium content. Yeah, I don't doubt that. So yeah, military checkpoints are going to start in the coming hours in and Nick, what I want you to do is I want you to send me any place that you want me to fly over in either. So you can tell your commanders if there's some place over there in Venezuela that you want me to fly over, or someplace down there where you are you want me to fly over. Give me longitude and latitude coordinates out of Google Earth, and I will fly over that area for you guys. I will also send you a link, and you can share that link with your military commanders down there, and they can watch it, and we'll fly that first. Uh, 86, it was English until an hour ago. Okay. So while I was doing the other news broadcast, it swapped over to Spanish, and that's news out of Venezuela. I'm trying to give you the most reliable. Hey, anytime, Nick, anytime. You, like I said, you need anything, you let me know. But what I'm going to do is, and I'll show you just to give you an idea here. I'll show you in just a minute. We're going to go to Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to show you exactly how good it is. So if they want to see what, and this imagery is regularly updated. So if they want to see if they have lat line of a Venezuelan military base, I'll show you. We'll go fly right over it, and I'll show it to you. I'll fly over a Venezuelan military base, and I'll show you how good it is. You won't believe it. I can show you the military aircraft sitting on the ground because we have them all mapped out. I'm going to go fly over the air base in Caracas, the airfield in Caracas. I'll show you the Russian helicopters sitting on the ground in Caracas. I'll show you how good it is. See, Sean Howard understood every single word, but they do speak Spanish in Venezuela. See? Hablo muy bien. Yo jefe de bomberos, Costa Rica. ¿Comprendes, amigo? So we're going to give you a sample. It's a huge file that we're putting in. I have over 250,000 objects that I have added to this file. That's why it's taking so long to load. Plus, we just got a fresh update. So there's been an update on this. So I'm loading. It sure looks like it. We're going to do it. Not only are we doing Venezuela, we're doing Colombia as well. So I don't know if it sure looks like it's going to kick off tonight. The stuff is showing up down there to do it. The ships are on the move. The flights are on the move. The hot refueling down there is on the move. If you go here, you can see the all the cams that we've got up all over. They're coming back because I just refreshed them there. So, but yeah, all the cams are coming back. We've got live cams all over the place. We've got flight radar. We got it all. We got somebody on the ground there. Yes, you're going. If you sign up for Coffee Club, you will still watch tonight's premium content. Because what I'm going to do is, I'm going to stream it on YouTube, but it's going to be a private stream, and I'm going to send it out to KLW World News VIP members, and I'm going to send it out to Coffee Club members. So if you're a Coffee Club member, you'll watch it, or if you're a KLW World News premium member, you'll watch it. So this is going to be a private stream for our members. I'm going to give everybody a sample coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
Maybe in about an hour.
Who is coming your way in an hour? Oh, roger that. Okay, yeah, folks. It looks like it's going to be game time tonight. Game time. Thank you. Be careful down there, buddy. All right, my friend. You need, like I said, you need anything at all, you call. And get me that longitude and latitude, or give me a name of a place. Name a place that you want me to fly over. You want me to fly over your base? All right, roger that. I'll have to get the name of it again, but I'll do it. Oh, you all right? You think the power's going to go out? Okay. And what was the name of the military base again? Laramie. Okay, we'll find it. All right. What we can do is actually it's I can do this. I can go here. I can go there. Well, remain. Okay, I got it. So let's go here. Okay. So that's the base. You go right here. We can copy it. Close that. Go here. Put that in. There's the base. What we'll do is we'll come over right over here. See right there. Set that as the arrival. We're going to come from down here. Well, there aren't very many airfields in this country. There's a town here. Okay. He'll recognize this town.
This is Solo during the concept segment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's out.
Okay, so you hear that in the background going on there. Okay, so we're going to come from down here. Let me see where he's at. I'm just going to fly over him. I'm not going to say exactly where he's at, but let me put him on the map here. Okay, so let's see where that is from there. Okay, so if I come down there, okay, there's that. If I come down there. Okay, we're going to start right here. All right. Pay attention, buddy. Let's give you a sample of. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to. I can fly over anything. I've already flown over Angel Falls. All right, I need to get back in. See my map. Okay, the military base is up here. Be there in a minute, Dave. All right, Nick. Well, this will give you an idea of what I can do. So all you got to do is tell me where they want me to go. You can send me the lat lawn, and we'll go look at it. Here we come, buddy. There you are. Now, these are computer-generated buildings, but you can see the facility. You can see the cars on the parking lot. You recognize that? Yeah, roger that. That's home. All right, let's go over by the river. Check my map. That's to the left. Okay. All right, we're going to go fly down the river for you. Yeah, Frankie, I can fly anywhere. I got the whole world in this server and military bases. Here, I'm going to land over here. Now I'm going to go show you a military base in Venezuela. Yeah, roger that. Okay, so we're going over to, go back to main menu. I've got so much stuff running here. And before we do our stream tonight, I will Russia and China, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah and Mexico are financing Venezuela. Okay, so we're going to go over here to, and I just put your helipad in. Your helipad, you know, this one up here at Camden Field. I just put this in and just put this helipad in. So I've got that too. And then your international airport, I've got the helipad up here. Okay, I just put that helipad in, and then I also have the airfield over here. This is where the C-17s were. So we can fly that. But what I wanted to show you guys was, let me go here to Caracas. Right here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end down here. But I'm going to take you over I'm going to show you the president's house. Okay, so this is the Venezuelan military base right here. Okay, here's their parade. You guys are familiar with that? There's their parade route down through their military base. So we're going to start down here. We're going to depart out of here. We're going to fly up there, but before we get up there, we're going to go over by Maduro's house. See if I can find it. Haven't flown this in a few weeks. Here we go. There's Maduro's house. There's Maduro's helipad right there. It's pretty good when you can pick out Maduro's helipad from a map with nothing on it, right? Okay, so we're going to fly from their military base. We're going to fly it. Then we're going to fly to Maduro's house. And then we're going to fly over to their base. Okay. Yes, there's another massive bunker. I'm about to show you a bunch more massive bunkers here, Nick. So I'm giving you guys an example of what all we're going to see tonight. This is just for your command, so. Well, they don't want to land there because I'll show you why. And maybe our commanders ought to be paying a little bit of attention here to this. There's a couple buildings there that they're going to have to deal with before they think about landing at Maduro's house, and I'll show you why. First, we're going to fly over their military base. All right, so this is the Venezuelan military base right here. We're over it right now. So they've got bunkers back in the mountain right here. See this road right here? They've got bunkers built right back in the mountain right here. We're going to come up and across. And I'm going to show you the commanding general's office of the military base. It's right down here. This is their range. This is their shooting range. I'll bank around here so you can see this a little better. That's their range for their military. Then this is their commanding general's office right here. This big building here straight in front of me. This is the commanding general's helipad right here. See that right there? And this is the commanding general's building right here. This is the Venezuelan commanding general's office, which is what this building is right here. Now the main microwave communication site into this is right up here on this ridge. See this big reflector thing up here? See that building? That's what reflects the microwave signal off of the mountain over there from the coast. There's a reflector in that building right there. And if we head out over this way, we can go to Maduro's house. Jump back in the cockpit here a second. Actually, I can do it this way. There we go. Yeah, roger that. All right, here we go. So we're gonna land here on Maduro's pad. Flare, because I'm moving along at 150 knots. This bitch is heavy. Now, this building is right here in front of me. That building right there is filled with the honor guard. So there's thousands of Venezuelan troops in that brown building right there. Okay? This is Maduro's house right here. The building, this is Maduro's palace right here. This is the garden on the inside of the palace. Right there. I'm hovering over his garden. Okay? And over here, let me get up above the bird a little bit. And then here, you can see the parade grounds and everything inside. This is inside of the, see the basketball courts and everything? This is inside of the honor guards compound. That's that inner area. But this thing here is full of Maduro's troops right there. Okay, and we're going to land right here at Maduro's helipad. So if you want to land here and raid there, you got to take out the building in front of me first. So you're going to have to put several big rounds into that building over there before you can think about setting a helicopter or an Osprey down right here, because that building right there is going to have AK-47s and shoulder-launched rockets and shit firing at you. So, excuse me. Let me get back into my cockpit here. All right, so if you're going to want to land here, you're going to have to do this first. You're going to have to come in here, and you're going to have to put, oh, it won't let me fire. What? Oh, you're going to have to put a couple of rounds into that. Try to figure out why. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Sorry. I didn't pick which weapons I wanted. I haven't flown this thing in a while, sorry. Attack. I gotta arm my missiles first. Sorry guys. I got my code. Okay. All right. We can do it now. So if you want to land over there, you're going to have to come here and do this. Put a couple into there. Now I probably hit something else because my sighting system isn't, I'm eyeballing. But what you're going to have to see is, wow, it emptied all of them and I only squeezed the trigger 4 times. Okay. But you see the smoke coming up over there. So let's go over here and do it like I wanted to do before. Now that I've got it armed. We got weapons. Okay, here we go. All right, do the attack run like I wanted to do to start with. Bring some Night Stalkers in here. Come right up over here and go pow, 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 right there like that. First. Then you can come back in here. You're going to have to be seeing smoke climbing out of that building like that before you're going to be able to come in here and go into that palace. So unless you see smoke rising over there, you can't land here. All right. Now off to the airport. All right, so here are the Russian helicopters. And they've got a bunch of them. They've got Mi-6s, Mi-8s, Mi-17s, Mi-26s, Mi-35s, Mi-24s. You got Saab parachute aircraft. So there's the Saabs. Here's the Mi-17s. These are, let me get out. These are Mi-24s. That's a Mi-26. These are Mi-17s. So this is what they got on the ground just here. They have 94 T-72s. They've got a couple hundred armored personnel carriers. Got numerous jump planes. They've got at least 6 of the Mi-35s that we can confirm, excuse me, Mi-24s that we can confirm. They got some French armored personnel carriers. Bernie, I'm not going to say where the U.S. is going to hit because I've probably got Venezuelans watching this too. Thank you, Nick. So again, if you want to watch this tonight, get signed up on Coffee Club now. The link is at the top of the chat. So welcome all the new members. Yeah, I'll send you. So, Nick, what I'm going to do is in 45 minutes, I'm going to end this broadcast. I'm going to reboot the server. Any place that you guys want me to fly, you give me either the name of it or the longitude and latitude of it in the format that Google Earth uses. And then I will go and fly those areas. As soon as I set up the new stream on YouTube, I will send it to you. You can send it to your commanders. And then I'm going to send it to my people. I don't think it's going to be either one of those, Freddie. Let me show you guys another field here. Anytime, Nick. So let me take you over to, actually what I want to do is, this is you guys over here. Okay. And that's Venezuela over here. Okay. So any place over here you want to see, what I'm going to do is, this is the end of yours. That's the lighthouse there. I think that's the end of your land right there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off out of the heliport here. So I'm going to take off out of there. I'm going to fly up here along the coast. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is because if they're going to shell you with artillery, it's going to be from in here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly this mountain range right here. We'll fly up to here. See this field right there? We'll set that as our arrival. And I want to go by here. We're going to add that in. And then I want to go there. And then I want to go here. Actually, I want to go here. Let me move this. Go here. I want to go here. So anyway, if they were going to shell you, they would shell you across here because it's not that far. Then we're going to come up here across yours. So we're going to add here. We're going to add there. We go across that farmland there. We're going to go across top of this ridge. Then we'll go across top of this ridge. All right, that's good enough. All right, here we go. Hang on tight. That's Venezuela over there. You recognize any of this, Nick? D500 up there. I hope he's not trying to land down here. Guy never even walked out. You must have a Venezuelan in Trinidad. Okay. So now we're going to hit these spots that I wanted to hit. Now, Nick, you tell them if there's any place that they want to look at tactically, I will create a special stream just for them. And the only people that'll see it are me, you, and them. You need to put an observer at that house right there. No, it ain't all drugs, Bernie. They're tired of what Maduro is doing to their people. And the U.S. doesn't want Russians, Iranians, and Chinese, and Hezbollah and Hamas down there. You need an observer over here too, buddy. See right here? Want an observer right there. Yeah, roger that with the gangs. And up here at the lighthouse, you need another observer up here. Right here. You fly yourselves an observer up here. In fact, you need a group of guys up here. Guys with some good optics. Have it set up right up here. We're going to war. Well, if they're talking about putting nuclear weapons in Venezuela, you don't think that's a priority? Yeah, roger that, Nick. Okay, so this island over here to the right, that's actually connected by land, right? Is there a land bridge between these two? Yep, roger that, Nick. Okay. So you see here they got a road. There's a land bridge across here. So they've probably got a road up through here somewhere. We're going to look. Or they could do it with a helicopter, but they were going to be smart about trying to hit you guys with artillery because that's short enough they could do it. If they wanted to hit you with artillery or rockets. What they want to do is get as close as possible here. And then they would want to get down in behind a ridge. Like down in behind here. Like right down in here. And then they can fire and you can't see where they're firing from. Or down in here. Right down in here. And you wouldn't be able to see where they're firing from. See here? If they set their artillery right here. You wouldn't be able to see it. So it would also give them better range. Plus the fact that they're so high up, it's going to give them a little bit extra range too. Whoa, what are you doing? Well, thank you, Alan. I don't know if I got wind currents that are gusting me here, but my collective keeps wanting to do that for some reason. Not sure why. Yeah, they are, Nick. They are. All right, get with your people and have your people pick out any place they want me to go. If they want me to do that, we can do that at midnight our time here, which is an hour and a half from now, or we could do a private one just for them so nobody else knows what they want us to look at. I'm going to land this, and then I'm going to get into the helicopter that I fly. This is not the helicopter I normally fly. This is UH-60. I don't normally fly UH-60. I normally fly a D-500, a little bird. All right, roger that, Nick. Got anything you want to look at, we'll go look at. And if they want to do it private, like I said, we'll do it private for them. I got to pull some brakes here because this ain't level. Always land with your nose uphill. See there, this ain't level at all. All right. So we're going to go to main menu. We're going to pick a different bird. We're going to get into what I normally fly. I can't play Bad Moon Rising on here because I'm on YouTube. If I was on Rumble, it'd be a different story. So let's go over. Let's start back over here where the 500 was flying. Set that as our departure. We're going to go over here to the airport. We're going to call that our arrival. It's only 15 miles. That won't take long. We're going to go by there. We're going to add that. Go down through town. Let's get into my airplane or my helicopter. This is what I normally fly. Livery, U.S. Army. I need to check my customization. Fuck Putin is our call letters. We're good. Fly. Hold on, folks. If you barf in my bird, we will eject you at altitude. Yeah, I can check the radar map. Bink. There's the radar map. Oh, wait a minute. I got to change that for you guys. Y'all can't see that. We need display 1. There you go. Not very many aircraft. Oh, they'll demonetize me if I do. Yep, they will demonetize me. Oh, I got to get. There we go. Hope you're ready. Ooh, baby. Oh, let's go have some fun. All right, that's close enough. Am I going the right way? Yeah, let's go right just a hair. All right, that should get me in the ballpark. We'll go under them. There you go. Don't tell anybody. Now, helicopter pilots, if you're going to fly over power lines, you go over a pole. Just like this. See that? That way you know you're above the power lines. Never go between the poles. Only go over. And here's the airfield. Oh, there's a helipad. Take that one. Get fuel there and everything. There you go. All right. Oh, I'm not on Instagram, buddy. So I can't see that. Sorry. I don't use Instagram. All right, let's see if there's anything else we want to see. Yeah, we see a problem with the Chinese. Of course, we see a problem with the Chinese. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can. Let me go back around here and land real quick. Buzz the tower. Hi, guys. All right, that will help a lot. Didn't have to be there. So let's apply that. Go back. Yeah, I need a little bit more. I still got a little bit of jitter. Okay. All right, now let's go down here. Go hi there. Hi there, hi there. Hi there. Hi there. Apply that. Oops. No. Oh, I didn't know you had military trucks here. Look at that. Uh-huh. Y'all thought y'all was hiding that from me, didn't you? I see now. All right. I'm going to try a couple things here. First off, I want to well, I can do this too. This will help. I don't need this. So that would help a lot. And then I want to go here, windowed full screen. Okay. Keep changes. Line save. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir, Bob. I'm not producing it in 4K on 4 displays. Then the server likes it better. Yeah, baby. Who's your daddy now? Where's that Magnum PI music? Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We got her there now, boys. We got her now. I ain't got no jitter. I can fly like a bird. Yeah, baby. I want over a little bit. That'll work. Let's see. I can't show that, buddy. If I show that, I have to show that. I can't show anything from YouTube. They will give me a copyright strike. And yeah, if I play that on here, they will give me a copyright strike and demonetize me. So I can't do that. I'd love to, but I can't do that. I have to do that on Rumble. So, okay, I think I got it here. So we're at 11 o'clock. I need to shut down anyway because I got to reboot the server here before we fly at midnight. So we will be back in an hour. So if you have not joined the KLW World News Network yet, you can go to buymeacoffee.com. Link is at the top of the chat, where you can watch all of our private content. Or if you want to be part of the KLW World News Network, you can go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up there as a VIP Platinum or above. So with that, folks, have a great night. We'll be back for our private stream in an hour.
That's all, folks.